Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Giuseppe Montesano, Jimmy Eat Soup, Mitch Kennedy, Original D-Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Mels 24, Yuya Nemento, M Iron 26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neeland, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Things. That's partly why I'm interested in.
It's great.
Oh, we gotta watch this shit.
Not MC Toon, it's Mick.
So can you fill us in? Tell us if you've watched this, because obviously we've not.
Neil, did you watch it?
No, I haven't. Just saying his name is not MC. It's Mick.
Thank you for that, Neil. So can you give us a synopsis, Righteous?
No, I didn't see it. I said I plan on seeing it. I just found out this morning. I'm too looking for the cliff notes if somebody has them.
Well,
I
it
heard
starts with a 3-minute ad of some soap cream.
Somebody posted a comment in Discord that said this. Let me just read the comment. Hold on a second. All right, what did he say? He said this was insane. ... MC Toon just buried himself. So that's about all I know on it. Is what this guy said.
Yeah, Patrick definitely knows his stuff. So
I only had a chance to briefly scrub it, and I only scrubbed one part, and it was talking about the what was it? Basically doing things you can do math, you can do trigonometry to get the height of the sun. Patrick's like, what? You can't do that. I'm like, okay, if you think you know how to do it, show me how you do it. And then I never got a chance to watch the rest. But that's about the only part that I've seen.
fair enough.
But and Patrick, he seems pretty good because he also said the only claim I make is that it's not a globe, right? So he keeps it very, I don't know, professional, or I don't know how you want to call that. But like you said, he knows his stuff, right?
Yeah. He knows when he's making a claim and when he isn't, which a lot of people don't. And they don't know when they're being forced into making a claim that they just don't need to.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
AD.
Hey, I just responded to you, Righteous. I just listened to that McToon Patrick thing. I mean, I'm driving, and I wouldn't suggest you listen to it while you're driving because you'll fall asleep. Not knocking Patrick, but it was just boring. First few minutes was just boring. It was almost like those SNL skits when they had the two women talking about biscuits and how to make biscuits, and they have those monotone voices. It's like, oh yeah, and it's just amazing how you take the flour and you and you just whip it up. There was no dynamics in this conversation. I guess I'm spoiled with the dynamics we have, but I'll have to watch it when I'm like late at night when I'm trying to go to bed. I need something to hook it to. That's the stop. It's boring.
But can you give us an idea of the content beyond how boring Toon is?
Like I said, I didn't even go further beyond when Patrick gave McToon the opportunity to prove to him why the Earth is a globe. Because I was driving and I didn't want to doze off while I was at the wheel. But they went through a whole sponsorship and endorsement of McToon with Tab. And it was, I don't know, I have to watch it later. It didn't grasp it. And I'm in the entertainment business. So when I listen to a demo or somebody's material, if you don't grab me the first few bars or 5 seconds or 10 seconds, I'm going to toss it. I'm not even going to listen to your material. Even though you might have a great song, but if you don't capture right away, I'm like, I got to go back to it later. That's just my attention span. My attention span is like that.
Okay, so you haven't actually watched it. Has anybody watched it?
Hello,
No,
I
what we
watched
get
it.
is too much, too cordial.
I watched it.
Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Great. Can you give us your 5-minute synopsis, please? 10th Man. Wonderful.
Yeah, in fact, I was considering it being today's review video if you wanted it to be. About the 10:51 mark would be the part you start because McToon had to go and reset his computer for Chrome, wasn't functioning. From that point on, until Patrick finally just had enough of him. After that, and I'll come back to your direct question in a minute, Patrick was like, I can't believe this guy, how rude he is, blah, blah, blah. Then Dave Weiss was in chat. So Dave Weiss came on the show and talked about how you can't talk to these people because they're anti-flat earthers, they're rude, they attack you, and then ended up promoting Taboo's latest videos of the no pitch on the airplanes by the pilots who filmed time lapse of the stars, proving we don't live on a globe and airplanes don't pitch, to make account for that, and so on. But in between was the debate. And again, if it was one of us or you specifically, McToon would have never had gotten that far. Patrick is a nice guy. McToon is not. And Patrick just stayed a nice guy. And so McToon came out as the bully, talking over Patrick. Patrick showed frustration with that. McToon didn't care, started telling Patrick's audience, see, he's a liar, blah, blah, blah. He started attacking much of, what they do when they don't have anything to fight it. And then, of course, the math part came in with trig and angles, and I saw a great opportunity for Patrick to just keep him there with the baseline, but it never happened. Some people are meant to debate, some people aren't. Let's put it that way.
And we know who aren't meant to debate.
Well, you're in a place where they'll use one part that could only work on the flat Earth, and then they'll try to say it's working on the globe, and you got to hold them to that, and people just don't know how to do that well. And then he's going for the distance of the stars, the height of the stars, rather than the angular relationship, which is what the whole thing's about. Even so, you can see McToon going beyond the official globe claims, where the height of the star is not important, and yet he makes it important. And then he uses, I did this test where I got an angle to the star and it was this, and my friend in Israel got an angle to the star and it was this, and that could only work on a curved surface, and they can't work on a flat surface, and because the distances are off. Well, you don't do celestial navigation for the height of the star.
What fallacy is that anyway? When they do that, that can never happen on a flat Earth. It can only happen on a sphere.
Well, since we don't live on a sphere, I don't know if the fallacy even exists.
Is that an argument from ignorance?
No, it's baseless assertion at that point. They're not actually demonstrating it. They just like to say, this only works on a sphere. So they'll say things like celestial navigation. Okay, that's an all-encompassing subject title. And then they'll move on to say, only works on a sphere. But in essence, that's baseless. There's no demonstration of how celestial navigation would work on a sphere, or how it would infer that we're on a sphere, or how it proves we're on a sphere. It's just a baseless assertion. Now, when we say you can only acquire an elevation angle to navigate with from an Earth that is flat in nature, therefore Earth is being measured flat, that's not a baseless assertion. That's an example backed with evidence. So there's a very distinct difference between the standards that we lay down when we give out our evidence versus the standards the anti-flat earthers lay out. They just need the confirmation of the audience. Now, that is sometimes easiest achieved by just telling them what they want to hear. Earth's a ball. You say that. A lot of the audience will be happy. Some of the audience, their standards are so low that me just inferring that someone else might say that will be put into quotes. Here's Nathan saying it's a ball. Oh my God. That's enough for them. Pathetic. But that's the standards that they have to adhere to. Our standards are very, very, very different. Ours are higher.
It eventually got to the black swan. And of course, Patrick showed the image and showed that 1.22 and horizon is Earth curve. And then, of course, the normal response, refraction. But what didn't happen was Patrick saying, well, then welcome to flat Earth. You know, I mean, it's like the whole point. And because Toon kept focusing on the bendy crane on one of the platforms. And so Patrick went back to the logic of it all, but didn't take that opportunity to say, well, then welcome to flat Earth. Because if you're going to say refraction, then how'd you ever get a tangent point to measure it? Line, I'm sorry.
Say that?
I mean a tangent line to it to measure it, because it's ever changing then. And then McToon brought up, of course, Andrew Thomas Young and read the parts he wanted to read, except the part where Andrew Thomas Young says all my refraction studies were done on the plane. But the Earth isn't flat, so we got to take geometric consideration. So Toon left that part out.
I'm surprised Patrick didn't nail him with that as soon as he said refraction.
Like I'm saying, Patrick is a mathematician, or a good, he claims to know trig and all that more than I do. So he's coming in from that viewpoint rather than watching a lot of our shows to have other viewpoints other than the math.
Well, maybe he needs to start watching our show. But like Nathan said, 99.99% of their assertions are bogus and lame and just fallacious. And not to knock Patrick, but it goes back to what we were saying. There is a prominent front of people that represent Flat Earth that call themselves, mind you, Patrick did admit this was his first debate, so maybe he doesn't know the techniques of how to shut them down, how to chop the heads off. But anyway, it kind of gives McToon and them, a life preserver to be able to not drown when they've made a big error, and that's just makes them feel victorious.
What error?
Wait, is it that was on debate with you, Nathan?
Yeah, the Chronicles.
Hold on. Just stick with one thing. D-Rose, was there a specific error you were talking about that he got away with?
Well, like Temp just said, he said things that Patrick didn't reiterate with the welcome to Flat Earth, or pushing the concession, demanding it from, and letting McToon basically just overtalk him, keep saying things that pretty much substantiated the Flat Earth confirmation, but not verbally announcing it himself, like, well, then that means yada, yada. To challenge him, it was almost like he just kind of let it slide.
I know Patrick did his way and held his own and just would show in frustration and called out McToon for his bullying and for talking and not allowing Patrick to talk. That was clear to see McToon was up to these tricks. I mean, everyone could see that. And so, again, do you fault a guy because his background is math and he's sticking to it and he knows he's right and McToon looks silly fighting it? Or do you go to the extra things and start calling out the antics of these anti-flat earthers? Well, you got to have debate experience. You got to study this guy, see how he operates before you get into it. I don't know if Patrick did all that, but the whole point is it's obvious that McToon's behavior was crude and Patrick's was civil. It's obvious Patrick knew math. McToon tried to take that math and change it around. It was pretty obvious. And so Patrick just held his ground on where he was strong.
You got a link to this? You got a link to Patrick's Rumble?
Yeah, let me get it to you. And I think it was a 10-minute, 51-minute mark you should start with, and then he ends it. And then it keeps going on. You don't need to play all that, but let me get it for you. I think Wright just put it up. Let me click on it, see if it takes me to it. It's right above your link.
Just to clarify, I wasn't saying that Patrick had to go to a shout match or a tick-to-tack match with him. They could have both been mild-mannered, cordial, but you made a point. I didn't even watch. I didn't go that far to it, but the fact that, like Neil said, why didn't Patrick do this? And you said Patrick didn't take the opportunity to say, well, welcome to Flat Earth. Little things like that to just reiterate to the audience, see what he just said, what Toon just said? For those who didn't catch it, he just admitted that he needs a Flat Earth. He just admitted that it was a Flat Earth. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, no, that would be, by the way, the link is right above your show link today, and Wright just posted it. Just go to the 10:51 mark to start. Save you a lot of trouble, because that's the official start. But no, that wasn't the context. The context was when McToon said, you haven't accounted for refraction. Patrick called them out that this is what they do. They just always go to that because when the globe can't be shown as a globe, they have to go somewhere. So they keep saying refraction. So Patrick elaborated that the refraction is a bad way for them to argue. But he didn't go to the next step of refraction, which is where QE purposely put in the picture with the crane. So like if we were on the show, we might say something like, well, why do you think the person who put that picture up wanted the thermaling or the bendiness of the crane to be in the picture for you to purposely say refraction? See, you bid on it, Toon. This is the whole point. Because if you say refraction, then we're going to say, welcome to Flat Earth. Because if it's always refracted, how did you ever get a tangent line to it to get the tangent point if it's always refracted and changing with the weather? So you could never have measured it because it's optical. He didn't go there.
I see. So what you're saying, although he did a good job, he was lacking the reiteration of each winning point. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. He could have had Toon on so many parts, but Patrick is a math, and he based it on the math. He did his own trig, and Toon attacked them, and Patrick said, no, I did my own trig. So I got to hand it to Patrick on many, many points. He just, like you succinctly just said, he didn't know the reiteration of all the other things. But he will. I mean, this is how you get good at debating. But I mean, like when he did the height of the star, he could have said celestial navigation doesn't care the height of the star. He didn't say that either. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that could have been said. But, you know, they want to use, as Adam puts it, normal trig. But when you do celestial sightings, it's the angular relationship. And it's never for the height of the stars because, like, as you did funny on that one show, hey, we're here on the lifeboat and we're drowning. Quick, help us. Okay, what's the height of the star? Nah.
I've got it queued up anyway, so we'll do it on the live show.
And Nathan says we can agree that those like the Toon, they methodically select their opponent, whether it's a white.
No, this is the other way around. He was on Patrick's show.
Oh. No, I don't mean whether they initiate debate, but accept challenges or call out someone.
They won't come here. Just say it. They won't come here.
Yeah, right. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Right.
Yeah, you don't have to go the other way. Just say they won't come here.
I don't want to do that because that sounds boastful. Like you don't want to come here. You get your butt. I'm trying to do it in a humbly way. Like they know what I mean when I say it the other way.
No, but come here. No, it is not a boastful thing. Come here, correct us if you can. I mean, been any time on the show, they've tried. So they boycott. And guess what? Even on our side, the Feast of Nonsense people do the same thing. We're in a particular place where we're annoying to both sides. We're annoying to flat earthers when they make claims that can't be substantiated. And we're definitely annoying for ballers because their claims cannot be substantiated. So why would they come here? So they boycott us. He even brings your name up, Nathan, towards the end. The Oakley, he says something to that effect.
Rent-free.
So it's not like...
Rent-free.
Rent-free in McToon's head. That's where you live. See, they don't understand celestial navigation. They try to do basic triangulation with it, to where you get the height of something.
And that's rent-free with optimum Wi-Fi.
In the meantime, the Chinese were using celestial navigation based on the same way it's described, the object above the horizon, up until the 17th century, until Jesuit missionaries came and told them, no, we live on a globe. But for 1,000+ years and supposedly 4,000 years history to their navigation, I'm still doing my research, they knew it was flat. So how is it working for them, believing it's flat, after Copernicus said the opposite? And it took Western influence to come in and say, well, if you do it this way in the math, it's spherical. So all of a sudden it changed.
No. But if you want to be part of the Western world culture and Western world trade, you better start believing it's a globe and telling the people it's a globe. It's a very useful control structure. So Chinese government, better get on with it.
And baseline kills them.
In that regard, they all need to be singing from the same hymn sheet. You can't have certain worlds talking about Earth being flat and other worlds talking about being a globe. That doesn't work. They've all got to sing from the same hymn sheet, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
I like to call it the hijacking Occidental culture.
Occidental.
Occidental. OCCIDENTAL.
I thought you were making a pun. I thought you were making like accidental is occidental. So, did you watch Taboo's 3 videos? Pretty much what Brian's been saying all the time, but now we got some pilot doing a time lapse of the stars, putting the nails in the coffin.
I haven't seen the
No, I
third
didn't
one.
see that.
I saw that it was released, but I haven't had a chance to watch the third one as yet.
Yeah, third one's more of a summary, but the first 2 are really good.
Yeah, I've seen
I
the
mean, it's
first two.
everything Brian's been saying, but about pitch and all that, why they don't make that data available.
Yeah, good videos. Ben's done really well.
Yeah, it's pretty much over. I mean, much like, the so-called Coriolis, Earth is spinning. That's why the stars look like they're moving. Except when you put a drone up in the sky and they're allowed to take images, stars are still moving, but drone's not on the Earth. I mean, at every point, this argument dies, and then they still resuscitate it.
Warm up with a bit of Patrick.
Yeah, if you want to, or you want to save it for the show. I was just looking for looking for the image that I want to show you. But go ahead.
Glad I checked. Got no audio.
Oh, okay. I thought something was getting ready to happen. I was
A lot
going
of
to
the
say,
things
There we
that
go.
I talk about, I personally tested myself. So, for example, when I reference the radius of the Earth, it's something that I've tested myself. I've measured myself. So, it's not assumed or presumed or guessed. The values that I got for the radius of the Earth were significantly close to the values that people have said for quite a long time. So,
could you tell us how you measured that?
I did with by measuring. I did the historical method that Eratosthenes used.
Eratosthenes, yeah.
Yeah, I did it myself with.
Pause, please. Just remember what he just said. When Patrick said, what method did you use? He says, well, I did the same historical thing Eratosthenes did. Just keep that in the back of your mind as you see him say the opposite in a little bit.
The first time was on December 21st of 2019 with two other people. So you may have heard that mathematically a single observation can determine, it can't determine the shape of the Earth, but with multiple you can determine the shape of the Earth. So with just a single, you can measure the radius if you know the shape of the Earth.
You know, I bet you there's a video that explains Eratosthenes's what Eratosthenes is claimed to have done back in Alexandria.
Did you almost say experiment there? I think you did.
Yep.
And Syene.
There are.
So maybe I should. Do you have a video that explains that? Maybe we could
No.
start off by making sure everybody knows.
No,
All right, I'm sure I can pull up Eratosthenes video. I'll do the one that you know. I'll do the one that does that. You know, takes the globe side. We'll make this. All right. So this video right here is how long? Oh, never mind. Hang on. Just find one. 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Excuse me.
All right.
Hello?
How ancient Greek mathematics.
Excuse me, Nathan. You mean to tell me that Toon is claiming to have repeated the historical methodology of Eratosthenes and didn't get it on film? So we're supposed to take his word that he traveled or had somebody at the same distances doing the same exact demonstration as Eratosthenes. We're just supposed to take his word for it. That's like me saying, I've been to the mountaintop of Mount Everest and took a shit.
No, D-Rose, don't miss it. Filming it with Oh, go on.
No, who cares whether or not he's done it or not? When you can take the methodology and show how Earth is flat with it, it matters not whether he's done it or not.
I got that. But still, people just pull things out from their sleeve with these claims and assertions. I've done this, I've done that, just to make their dumb audience who don't think like you did would say, well, you helped confirm a flat earth. Still, they're looking at it like, McToon, he measured it like Eratosthenes. This is what I'm talking about. He got away with that.
No, hang on, Neros. Nathan is right, because you're going to need a baseline. And you say again, well, welcome to flat earth. It's a hijacking of the method when you assume a globe. But the method itself debunks the globe because you can't get an angle on a curved surface, an elevation angle. So that's another welcome to flat earth. But go on, Nathan.
True. It's suicide. It was McToon's suicide. You're right.
Well, we're glad you said it, because there's going to be a certain number of people who are listening back to this, us critiquing it, that is, that go, well, he hasn't actually done it, like you said. And yeah, good that that's been voiced, because we can say, no, that's not relevant. You may see it as relevant because of the standards, right, which we did discuss earlier. Okay, I brought up. Their standards are a lot lower than ours. So Toon making a baseless assertion that he's repeated something that was done, I don't know, how long ago, 1,000 years ago, however long, it doesn't matter, right? Whether or not he has actually repeated it isn't the focus that you should take. The focus you should take is, what does he do in the methodology, and how does it prove a sphere? Moreover, how does he say it proves a sphere? Once you've got that from him, you can show him how it doesn't. Doesn't matter if he's done it or not.
Do you remember what I said to you? Remember what he says? That his method was similar to Eratosthenes? Wait until you hear him backpedal.
This isn't a courtroom, right? I am not appealing to Toon and his credibility as an individual. If I want to bat off Chaiki's idea of putting me through psychological assessment based on him losing an argument that proves the flat earth with his own example, then I would be just as guilty if I start defending that position when I don't need to. But the same is true when you flip the coin and go, I don't need to critique Toon's credibility in this instance, whether or not he's just made that up and actually done it. If this was a courtroom, then the defence or prosecution would appeal to the jury or judge for the man's credibility. Yeah? Whether or not he's just a bullshitter. Now, that is for the audience to assess, like you've done, D. But it's only useful to me to point out to the audience that it's majoring on the minors when you've got a flat earth proof waiting to be dangled in front of the audience instead of Toon's credibility. He's but one man. So who cares if he's credible or not? We can prove Earth's flat with his example. That's the focus.
Mathematician calculated the Earth's circumference. So what I can do is I can share that, and then everybody can learn about the Eratosthenes claim. And this is from Insider Business. It's a pretty mainstream source. Does that sound cool?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So everybody will understand what you're talking about when you talk about.
What Patrick is doing here is smart in the respect that he's obviously studied how Toon behaves, and he wants him on his side. So Patrick is actually being subservient to Toon. He's asking his permission, even though it's not like we'd get the reverse situation ever occurring. Oh, hi, I'm Toon. Please, let me be the one to bring up this black swan example from the flat earth and explain how it works. Yeah, that's never going to happen, right? Now, I can already sense where Patrick's going with this, which is why he's keen to do it. But at the point that he wants to do this, he's being subservient, yeah? Because he presumably knows his enemy quite well. Well, that's smart on Patrick's part. So while I've heard people being critical of him, not necessarily rubbing Toon's face in it when he proves a flat earth, if you want the conversation to continue in a civil manner and you're dealing with an asshat like Toon, please mute whoever's just desperate to talk through me. Please. When you're dealing with an asshat like McToon, you've got to have a plan. Now, Patrick did actually approach me about this, and I didn't have much to offer him in terms of advice. I'm like, they're all the same. They're all shits. And they are, right? But he's figured a way of working that to his advantage. Now, Patrick's a very smart guy, make no bones about it. And this is him. You can see I knowing Patrick a little bit, can see his game plan just shining through a little bit with how subservient it's being, in my opinion. Whoever it was that was desperate to interrupt, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, my hand accidentally hit the thing. I was doing what Neil gets annoyed. I was trying to do the thumbs up thing, but being that you gave me the gap, I was saying I know what you're talking about, because that's what they do. That's what law enforcement do sometimes. You could call it entrapment, but it's not. What you do is you give an opportunity for the criminal to commit the crime in a certain way where it's not illegal, but it's like putting the bait out there. You put the bait out there for McToon to grab, feel comfortable, like, oh yeah, I'm winning here, and basically hang himself.
Yeah, he's being a smart interrogator by gaining the opponent's empathy in order to lead him down the path he wants to take him along. Well, yeah, smart.
About Eratosthenes.
Right, I'm going to stick this on fast forward so we can get this.
In the mid-20th century, we began
it's not
launching
got it, is it?
satellites into space that would help us determine the exact circumference of the Earth, 40,030 kilometers. But over 2,000 years earlier in ancient Greece, 100 kilometers times 50 equals 40,000 kilometers. And just like that, a man 2,200 years ago found the circumference of the entire planet with just a stick and his brain.
Okay, let's start with a question based upon what is claimed of Eratosthenes. What are the assumptions that Eratosthenes made before he did his angle measurements?
So, Patrick, I wasn't. I just said it was the same style.
He was assuming that Earth's a sphere and that light rays run parallel and to the centre of said sphere. Why is it that I can answer that off the top of my head, but Toon didn't? I wonder why that is.
I'm not referencing Eratosthenes.
What?
Pause.
Yeah. Remember to keep in the back of your mind that he was using the example of Eratosthenes that he replicated personally to make his example of how he could demonstrate his measurement of Earth radius. But he's, quote, not using it. Yeah, these people are just lying shits. Toon's just a scumbag. If he was in court, the judge would be throwing the book at him, telling him that he's not credible. Because he isn't.
I'm referencing myself.
Can I
really?
say, sorry.
Go on, Ryan.
Just before it goes on, hello everyone, hey Nathan. Just there was something there that stood out from what was said by the audio, whoever was on the audio, that they confirmed the Earth's radius, the globe Earth's radius, back whatever amount of decades ago with satellites. So their actual globe Earth's radius measurement is coming from a second law of thermodynamics violation.
I see. Yeah, I just skipped through the video. I didn't want to play the video. I wanted their reactions rather than the video. It keeps doing that every single time.
What it means is they have no terrestrial measurement. My point is, now we know that. We know where their radius comes from. But the fact is that they have to claim a measurement that comes from an area.
Hey, Chocolate.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, Chocolate.
This video that I can click
Yo,
on, but it
yo.
won't. There we go. That's how I'll do it.
My measurement.
Can you do know what the assumption that Eratosthenes was making?
Yeah, certainly, yeah.
And what was that assumption?
Based on Pythagoras, he and others, he assumed that the Earth was a sphere.
So it's a begging the question fallacy straight out the gate that you've denied that you use in spite of you saying it was your use of it that proved you personally had measured it. So Patrick's hammered you immediately, hasn't he? With your stupid example that doesn't make sense and assumes Earth's a sphere. Well done, Patrick.
You see how that's a problem for proving that the...
Yeah, we see how it's a problem. Toon's got that just been slapped in the face by a wet fish look, slapped all over it. See that look? That's very different to the look that he had when he was with Jaren. Oh, why have I pressed the wrong button? See that look? That's a very different look. He's not smiling, is he? Does that look like the smile he had when he was talking to Jaren? No, it doesn't. No, not at all. That's the look of a man who's getting raped. And you see the look on Patrick's face? You see that cheesy grin of a I've just had you over a barrel look on Patrick's face? That's the look you want to be having when you're talking to Toon. You don't want Toon smiling back at you. You want Toon with this look. This, oh my God, I've just been completely hammered look.
The Earth is spherical?
I didn't claim that Eratosthenes proved that the Earth was spherical.
See? Lying shit. At the point that the judge would throw the book at him and tell him to get out because he's just a lying scumbag wasting everybody's time after very specifically claiming that this is his measurement that he's replicated. You're just a liar, Toon. It's plain and simple. Your wife married a liar. We know you're a liar. Everybody in your family who watches you on YouTube knows you're a liar. Because you are one. It's really obvious. And why are you a liar? Because you've got a fundamentalist religious zealot belief that you're on a sphere. So you must lie about how you've proven it and measured it when you just assumed it. As Patrick just pointed out to you, didn't he now? Well done, Patrick.
All right. And how did
Indeedy. All righty then. You see, he could have rubbed his nose in it then. D. Could have said, so just a begging the question fallacy, not proving it, not measuring it then. Definitely not a proof that you've done this. He could have gone over it. He didn't. He just said, okay. Because he wants to be subservient and keep the guy on track so he can get more of those looks where he's sucking a lemon.
The problem, Patrick, that you're trying to put
You seem very angry about this, Toon. You seem very, very annoyed
on me when I'm not saying that.
Oh, you're not saying that even though you specifically said that? Even though you said it was your proof that you'd measured? Now you're getting angry with the man pointing out how much of a bullshitter you are and how it isn't a measurement and you haven't replicated jack but assuming your outcome. But now you seem annoyed with him. And further to your annoyance, you're lying about what you've claimed, Toon. Yeah, that makes you a complete shit, Toon. How'd you like it when me, secondary, third party to your Toon discussion with Patrick, is saying that you're a lying shit and it's really obvious to an audience? Do you like that? Is this fun? I hope so, Toon. Yeah? You're living rent-free in my head? No, not at all. I get to have an occasional amusement with you on my screen for the benefit of earning me money. And then I give you not a second thought. But meanwhile, everywhere you go, you seem to be talking about me. Yeah, it's because I leave you with that just been slapped by a wet fish look on your face too, don't I, Toon? When you think about what I do here and what we present you with. And what Patrick's just done to you.
Okay. You measured...
I'm sorry. What? I didn't mean to disturb, but what kind of concession factory did I just walk into just now? What happened here?
Patrick Gunnels versus MC Toon.
Funny how the first statement out the gate I heard was, yeah, that was just an assumption. Oh, nice. Thanks, McToon.
No, what McToon is trying to do is saying at the beginning, which I paused, Nathan, he's saying I used the same methodology as Eratosthenes. Okay. So now when Patrick's bringing them to the details of that methodology, Toon is going to sing a different song. Well, no, I'm not doing that. Well, you just said you use the same methodology. Yeah, but I did my own and I didn't assume anything.
I just based it off the assumption that was already made. Don't worry about that, though.
If he didn't assume anything, he would have measured a flat plane.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we're back to what D-Rose initially said something about. Well, if you're going to put a stick in the ground and measure a shadow, welcome to flat Earth.
Yep. Well, maybe we'll get there.
The Earth yourself, yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did it using the Eratosthenes method, yes?
Yep.
Okay. How is that not begging the question that you live on?
It is. You see how Toon's looking down? Yeah? Not looking in his camera, not smiling and smirking. Yeah? Just admitting to his begging the question fallacy to Patrick. Very calmly, very coolly, and very collected.
On a sphere.
Because I didn't get to presenting how I...
You didn't stutter much when you're being rolled over by Patrick. See that smile on Patrick's face? That smug, glib look that he's got? Yeah, that's not the look that Toon's got anymore, is it? down in the mouth, very annoyed, begging the question fallacy being pointed out to him.
Did it yet, Patrick?
Okay.
You played a video completely.
Just keep getting more and more annoyed about this,
Toon.
It's great.
Claim.
Okay, Mike, you started by saying you did it in the Eratosthenes fashion. I just wanted to make sure the audience knew exactly what you were referring to.
Yeah. So then,
who is it that said he didn't rub the McToon's face in it? That's subtle, but that's him rubbing his face right in it.
Then you were jumping off of that and putting it on me as if I was claiming that as proof.
As if I had said that it was my proof. You did, you dumb fuck.
Patrick, did I claim that as proof?
Yes, you did, you dumb shit. You mentally are incapable of remembering your own stupid claim from what? 3 minutes earlier? Just before the video you watched got played? It was the reason you watched the video? Because you bloody claimed it? Are you insane? Toon, you need assessment. Yeah? You need to go down to some doctors that can assess you and figure out whether or not you've got some mental problem or just straight up amnesia. Like you can't remember, your short-term memory's been shagged. Maybe too many x-rays, too much fluoride. Who knows? But literally, if you can't remember something that you have said specifically and then a video's been played as a result of you saying it, only for you to 3 minutes later get annoyed and deny that you've said it as a defence, makes you fundamentally idiotic and in requirement of committing. It's just that simple, Toon.
Well, it doesn't really matter whether he's claiming it as proof. What matters is that it is claimed to be proof by the mainstream.
Yeah, that's why.
So it doesn't matter what he's claiming.
Yeah, but that's why Patrick went to the most mainstream video he could find, asked for approval for it, which he got from the person claiming it, only to be met with dismay and annoyance because it's not what he's claiming. Oh, yeah, is that right, Toon? Yeah, you were made a fool of by Patrick.
Good morning, good morning.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yo.
Hello. So in case you hadn't guessed from the title, I don't normally go into the trouble of actually editing the title before we start the video because typically I don't know what we're going to be covering, and even if I did, it's normally completely alien to me because it's a new YouTuber and maybe not a new subject, but you know, it's not fresh and it's not people I'm familiar with. However, today in the pre-show, I got shared Patrick Gunnels' discussion with MC Toon. And off the back of that, we did cover a little bit of that in the pre-show. So if you're a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, check that out after the Uncut and After show gets published in whatever it is, 2 or 3 hours' time, whenever this recording, and indeed live as we are now, show is concluded. So check that out. You can hear some of the preamble to the discussion that we're going to continue in the live show momentarily. So you get to enjoy it live as well. We'll go through Patrick's efforts with Toon. Toon's absolute humiliation at the hands of Patrick. Got to start off by saying you came under a bit of critique, Patrick, from some of the people who had listened, at least to some of your discussion or debate, whatever you want to call it, with MC Toon. And I was under the impression that you'd been, you know, quite or too cordial and not giving enough away in terms of the proof of flat Earth. Well, within the first example that's been presented to me, so 10 minutes into the Rumble video that Patrick's published, you're rubbing his face in it. So it doesn't seem to match up with what I've been given as a critique so far before watching it. So you can check that out, as I say, in the pre-show. But we'll do a couple of housekeeping questions just to get us all in the mood. Indeed, you in the live stream audience, share. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
No, there is only an angular size. They don't know if it even has an actual size. They don't know what it is. And they've back engineered the size and distance based off that angular size. I could literally do exactly the same thing right now using an angular size calculator. There's no difference. That's literally what they did. Now, they also made a few other presumptions before they did that. But the point is that the overall end of the claim is that they took an angular size that they didn't know of something that they didn't know the actual size of, and they just made it into whatever size and distance they needed to. That's why they can change it at will.
Well, Brian,
and they based everything sorry, I should say that was the starting point of their basing of everything else that we see in the sky. It all started with the sun. That's why they got
Right.
the size of their stars and all the rest of it. Go on then.
Right. Isn't the assumption, though, it's so far away and it's so big that it looks exactly like the moon in the angular size? And so they have to start with an assumption, and then the distance, they would need a scalar for that. So where do they get all that?
Any evidence of the R value? That's Earth radius.
Yes.
No.
Sound is working.
There's no evidence of the R value. There was a back calculation, the back engineering from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. The thing that gave us the latitude and longitude grid. They then took the latitude and longitude grid, took two opposing longitude lines and made them meet together, which made a circle of 21,600 nautical miles, which would be 24,856 statute miles. And that's what the globe is. The back engineering of that.
Wow, 50 people watching already. I like it when the numbers get high quickly. Please share the show. Very warm welcome to all of you who've just joined us, presumably because people have smashed the share button really early. But smash the share button yourself if you've only just got here. And like I say, thank you for joining us. Okie doke. Right, we're going to get straight into this. And I can't actually, because I don't know how, share Patrick's Rumble link. Do I just click on the hyperlink at the top and just put that into the chat? Is that the best way to do it?
Yeah, copy and paste, I would say.
That doesn't let me triple click it. Okay, that's
We'll
weird.
have Righteous do it because Righteous.
That's all right. I'll get
posted
the
it.
link from I'll copy link from Righteous and stick this in the chat. Okay, so this is Patrick Gunnels' Rumble channel. So go and check out the video. Just let him know if there is comments. I don't really understand how Rumble works, but at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and we're going to cover this video and send him some love. Basically, Patrick's the guy I did a debate with quite some time ago on Earth Chronicles. So you'll be familiar with his face from that. If you aren't, then enjoy Patrick's beautiful face.
Oh, it's that guy.
Yeah, it's Patrick.
So why don't we go
things on me, Patrick?
Okay, well,
I should really preface what's going on. So Patrick's just slaughtered Toon, and Toon's now very angry about it because Toon has claimed that he can measure the radius of Earth. And how will he measure it? Well, with Eratosthenes' method. So he's going to do it personally with the method. So then Patrick goes and digs out a methodology video, which he plays, that's 2 minutes long, and then asks Toon what the methodology involves. And Toon explained that it involves begging the question that Earth is a sphere in the first instance. Toon is then very annoyed. Patrick reiterates, that's just a begging the question fallacy then. Toon gets more annoyed. And so this is where we're at.
Why don't we go ahead? You found the radius of the Earth using that Eratosthenes method.
Yes.
That assumes you live on a sphere. Okay, so your method doesn't assume you live on a sphere.
My method tested if we lived on a sphere or tested if the Earth was flat. It was an experiment.
Experiment. What was the observed phenomenon that you were trying to figure out?
Sorry, I'm not in middle school anymore.
Okay, so you don't use.
So was that a non sequitur reply to his question? You said you'd got an experiment. He asked you what the natural phenomena you were studying was. You told him you weren't in middle school. Okay, how is that in any way related? That seems like a non sequitur response. Nobody assumed, Toon, that this was a middle school when you're on YouTube talking to a grown adult. So nobody assumed that. That's a non sequitur response. The question still stands. Let's see if Toon actually addresses it. Let's see
the scientific method.
I do use a scientific method.
See that grin? You see, there's a few people out there that seem to think that science doesn't prove things and that you can go about your business pandering to globe-believing idiots like Toon and going along with the idea that science does or doesn't prove things. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter because scientism is all a lie. Meanwhile, all Patrick has done is ask Toon what the natural phenomena he's studying is for his experiment. And you see the look on Patrick's face? Do you see that shiny smile slapped all over it? And that look on Toon's. Yeah, that's the just been slapped in the face by a wet fish look that got a I'm not in middle school as a response. Much to Patrick's delight. That's the power of understanding what science actually is.
Method, but that is the dogmatic version. I'm not in middle school, so I'm not a dogmatic
version. Sorry, nobody asked you about critiquing what methodology of science was. You were asked for the natural phenomena when you measured your radius value. That's all you were asked for because you said you'd got an experiment. But it's not the dogmatic experiment that you need the emphatic nature to be emphasized when you use the word, but then it's not middle school. Okay, so it's an experiment that's very powerful in terms of its terminology when you want to use it, but when it's down to what it actually means, you're not in middle school anymore, right, Toon? Yeah, that's why Patrick and I are both grinning from ear to ear, because we know the power of what scientific validation offers, and when charlatans try to steal that credibility, yeah? And there's just a few key questions you need to ask to have them absolutely rolled over a barrel. That's what's happening.
Nathan.
Yep,
Yes.
Nathan, maybe McToon is like all disappointed because Patrick isn't acting like Jaren and just giving him everything. And he's like, wait, what? But weren't we supposed to win now?
Well, he just caused McToon to...
I think Brian first. Hold on,
caused
Chocolate. Sorry,
the
one
blue
sec.
screen.
Sorry, Chocolate. Go ahead, Brian. I had Brian first, then Chocolate.
Yeah, he just caused McToon to tell another lie. McToon said he did an experiment. Patrick Gunnels asked him, what was your observed phenomenon? And he won't address it. It means he didn't do an experiment. He's just telling lies.
Yep.
Very good.
Yeah, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, Chocolate.
Yeah, he wasn't. See, the problem is McToon was supposed to just be able to say experiment and not be asked about it. He just wanted to say, yeah, I did an experiment. So Patrick destroyed him just by asking, what was your phenomenon? What was your observed phenomenon? And he fell apart completely. Like, this is great.
Yeah, my point. Hang on. What's that?
Okay.
Sorry.
Hold on. 10th then, Eli. Go ahead.
So notice Toon saying it's dogmatic version. Well, I'm looking up definition of dogmatic. Dogmatic definition, relating to or of the nature of a dogma or dogmas or any strong set of principles concerning faith. Is that the way scientific method is at all?
No, it's empirical, but in nature.
So you see what Toon did was it says, oh no, that thing in the middle school, I can't have that destroy me, so I'm going to do this word game and call it dogmatic. He didn't accomplish anything because what is it now then? If that was dogmatic then, which doesn't even apply to it, what is it now?
Eli, go ahead.
Yeah, that was a very good point, Chen. I experienced this yesterday. Just trying to have a conversation with a Glober who basically said he had a phenomena, and I said, "Is it a natural phenomena?" And it wasn't a natural phenomena. It was something happening in some sort of setup. And I said, "But hey, isn't that a logical fallacy?" And he called me an idiot and said that he wouldn't speak to me. So there's a pattern going on with anyone who tries to actually have a conversation and hold them to task when it comes to them saying that they have science, but then obviously they don't want you to get to the point where you're saying, isn't that pseudoscience though, pretending that you're following a method or a certain epistemology, but you're really not?
Yes,
they don't want
it
to
is.
get.
Okay, why is this happening? Excellent points, all of you. You're all fantastic. Why is this happening? Why, in the first instance, would Toon say the word experiment? Well, it's because from a very early age, we were all taught the empirical methodology that science has to offer, aka the scientific method. Now, the scientific method is empirical because it's hypothesis-based. Now, hypotheses are also known as scientific predictions, but it predicts the cause of an effect. Now, it doesn't validate it, it's just on paper as the prediction yet to be validated. That's a hypothesis. What's an experiment? Well, it is the actualization of the hypothesis. It is putting it into practical application. So if you say A causes B in your hypothesis, then the experiment is varying A and seeing if it does cause B. That's the experiment. Well, B is the phenomena. And all Patrick's done is said, what's B? What are you studying? And he's gone, this isn't 5th grade. Yeah, I'm not in middle school anymore. Excuse me, if you're doing an experiment, then you're studying the cause of an effect in nature, because that's what science is. The reason Toon's doing it is because when he says experiment, he simply means something he has done. Doesn't mean cause and effect reasoning based on a valid hypothesis. It just means he's going to do something. But he wants the thing he's done to have a lot more credence than it's valid to have. It's not empirical. Whatever comes out of Toon's mouth after saying the word experiment will not be an empirically validated outcome for you to simply glance over and go, I understand that A causes B, because you validated it by varying A to see if it caused what Patrick asked for, a phenomena to be studied in nature. He hasn't got one, but he wants the credence and validity that the empirical method of science offers. That's why he said it. He wouldn't be saying it if he didn't have any power invoked from saying it. It does, that's what he's using, and it crumbles in an instant when you ask him for actual science to go with their stolen valor use of the word experiment. That's all he did. Watch your phenomena. Now, bearing in mind that we have been called fucking scammers for pointing this out to an audience by Jaren, the abject wanker who hasn't got a slightest idea what science is, and the rest of his cohort of tossers who also don't know what science is. They've got the gall to tell us that we are scammers for pointing out that science proves things. It does. That's the only reason that Toon's using the word experiment. Now, when it gets to the point of somebody unlike Jaren, who asks him for a naturally observed phenomena to go along with his stolen valor use of the word experiment, the guy asking's got a massive smirk on his face. Because he's won. Because he knows what science is. Toon, on the other hand, has got one hand on his hip and he's fuming. Because he's been caught out in his bullshit. He hasn't got any experiments. But Patrick knows what that is. That's why he's winning. That's why he's getting the concessions out of his opponent. Because he knows what science is. Yeah? So my fury and anger over this is because Jaren recently did a similar thing with Toon. And Jaren got absolutely rolled over by Toon. With Toon smirking just like Patrick is. Why? Simply because Jaren didn't know what science is. The same bloody thing he's telling an audience I'm a scammer for disseminating it to my audience. It's a bloody outrage. It's very upsetting. Yeah? Now, in the past, I sway between wanting to educate Jaren and wanting him back on our side because he's so influential. Influential in the negative when he tells people I'm a scammer for something that literally is winning the argument for Patrick with the exact same opponent and the exact same arguments. Who's winning this time? Yeah, Patrick is. Who's got his hand on his hip fuming? Toon. Last time around, it wasn't that way round. Toon was delighted when he starts telling him about experiments, Jaren that is, and about the science he's got. Now, to my also outrage, Jaren didn't turn around to Toon and tell him science doesn't prove anything, the very basis of me being called a scammer. He just sat and took it. Yeah, and lost for his ignorance. Now, here we are with a different scenario. A man who does understand what science and the scientific method is, and how this scammer, the real scammers out there, like Toon, lie about having experiments. You've only got to ask a couple of key questions knowing what the subject matter is to get this person, like he is, hand on hip fuming.
Some rules of
stuttering, bitch. Yeah, that's what Patrick's got you to do, you stuttering, stammering, lying scammer.
Down to the category error, just before you go on, because QE would make this point if he was here.
Go ahead.
Toon is said experiment for something that is supposed to be a measurement. That's a what is, not a cause and effect.
Exactly. He's talking about measuring things. If you've got a practical application of something that you can quantify with a ruler next to it, then fine. We'll have a look at it. But he's called it an experiment because he's in a category error. Exactly correct. Shout out to Retro Bill. Nathan, we need to determine the cause of an effect. Quick, take an action. I'm sure that makes contextual sense, but I don't follow. I'm really sorry, Retro Bill. Thank you for the super chat, though. I'm sure it'll make sense when I listen back.
The guy from the other day with his addition to the scientific method with take action. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, the guy yesterday right, he's strapped on after formulating a hypothesis. He was sort of half right, as Tenth put it. He's like 1 foot in the flat Earth door and also 1 foot in the understanding of science door. When he formulates, he just makes an observation, then he formulates a hypothesis, then he does his experiment, then he gets to his theory, then he takes action. Now, on the surface, you're like, well, fine. But in these lists of things that he takes action on, it's back to the experiment stage, back giving it to other scientists to validate the result when he's already gone through the process of making a theory at that stage. But he just was incomplete in his definition yesterday. So although he did a pretty good job for the most part, he peppered it with other stuff that would allow the door to be opened for pseudoscience claims that have no validity, but also peppered it with a sort of ending that matched the pseudoscience ending, where there's no practical application to your scientific validity that you claim to have got when you start describing black holes or stuff out in space. Well, there's nothing that comes from that. You don't get any useful technology off the back of it. So in his mind, it's like, well, because there's nothing coming out of the back of astronomy, for instance, we'll just pass it back to the experimental stage where they have another look at the star, make the observation again, do the quote-unquote experiment again. You're like, no, you've already formed a theory. And that would be off the back of experimental data that validated the cause of an effect and invalidated the null. You drew a line through the null because A wasn't not causing it, so cross, and it did actually cause it. So therefore, you pass it on to the next man to do the same experiment to make sure the setup itself isn't invalid. And when you get the same result, you do it over and over again. That's the systematic experimentation stage as we detail it. So yes, thank you for the super chat. That does make contextual sense now that I've got someone with a slightly better short-term memory than mine. At least mine's 24 hours as opposed to 3 minutes. Please be sure to check out the pre-show to get a context of Toon's 3-minute memory for getting the very precise and specific claim he made that was overtly stated by him, only to be denied 3 minutes later when it was pointed out that it was a begging the question fallacy by Patrick, who then smiled with delight as Toon got, again, very angry. Thanks, Chocolate, by the way. And thanks for the super chat.
Yep.
Like they're given down from high on high. No, sorry, that it isn't. Here's the cookie cutter approach to it. If you want to know how scientists do their work, you might.
Scientists do their work by establishing what they want to study in the first instance. Step 1, observe natural phenomena. That's what Patrick asked you for. Well, are you going to tell him that you're not going to do the cookie cutter method? Well, the cookie cutter method is what an experiment would include. It's a method, the scientific method. But you don't like it now that the experiment you claimed has been proved to be a lie. Oh, here we go again. Check out that big smile on Patrick's face. And check out the annoyed look on Toon's.
Read something by Thomas Kuhn. You might read Karl Popper. I highly recommend reading Understanding Science for free on Berkeley. Berkeley's website has a...
Nobody wants your recommendations on science books when you've been asked for a natural phenomena, Toon. Yeah, this seems like scattergunning. Seems like chaff and redirect. Yeah? No, just give us the phenomena you studied for your experiment, you claimed, you little bullshitter.
Really good thing on that. And they specifically...
Slippery red herring.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, he's red herring. He's after using the word experiment, being caught out on that. Now he's using that as a red herring away from this supposed measurement of the radius.
Yep.
He's claiming that.
Precisely. It's a red herring fallacy. What we're waiting for is radius measurement. You said Eratosthenes, then you denied it, you lying shit. Now we're on to you saying you've got your method. Okie dokie. So, Toon, you've been asked a question. What's the phenomena for your experiment when you measure radius, even though you're in a category error? Okay. What's that? You've got some great recommendations on books that tell you about science? Nobody asked you for that, Toon. That's why Patrick's smiling at you, because he's winning.
That the cookie cutter approach that you're trying to go through is too simple.
Well, why did you say you got an experiment then? Because the method is simple. Narrow. Yeah? Very narrow. Which excludes a lot of bullshit from it. Yeah? Because you get an empirical outcome, it means it's going to be narrow, cookie cutter, specific. It's called the scientific method. You said you got an experiment. You haven't. You're just a liar. But now it's too cookie cutter. Oh, I see. Just don't bullshit about having experiments next time then. And you won't get this man smirking at you.
That's not how science is done.
Well, why did you say you got an experiment then? You're just a bullshitter.
All right.
So the essence of science.
Okay. Tell me about.
And now we're going to get a lesson on what the essence of science is when he's simply been asked to give his natural phenomena for his measurement of radius. How long's this going to take, Toon?
Essence.
How long's this ghosted non sequitur going to take? Go ahead.
I just want to add, it must really suck when the thing that they used to use as their greatest weapon, right? Just science, glober. I mean, science, you stupid flirt. That's what proves we live on a globe. Was their greatest weapon. And now it's like you're completely on the back foot just by saying that word. It's ridiculous and hilarious.
Yes, that's my outrage towards being called a scammer over this. That's why. Yeah? Now, maybe over time, people have started to recognise what an outrage that actually is when you see someone like Patrick, in other words, not me, doing this and winning with it. And then you know that, what are you going to do, Jaren? Are you going to tell Patrick, now that he's got this massive smirk slapped all over his Chevy Chase, and Toon's got a massive frown and an annoyed look and his hand on his hip, are you going to turn around to Patrick and call him a scammer? Because the only reason he's asking for a dependent variable, that's naturally observed phenomena, is because he understands the empirical method of science that you called me a scammer for. So what are you going to do? He's winning this argument against Toon where you lost. Are you now going to turn around and tell your audience that Patrick's a science scammer like you told them I was? You know, I'm going to start demanding a fucking retraction from Jaren, the absolute arsehole. Jaren, you better start making a retraction, you piece of shit scum. Yeah, science proves things. We, who aren't ignorant, know that. You, who are ignorant, have declared me a scammer for educating an audience, including this man, Patrick Gunnels, on how science proves things, to his victory with Toon right now. Yeah? You have called me a scammer to an audience. I want a goddamn retraction from you, Jaren, you piece of shit. Then we can move forward, friends. And we can educate your dumbass on what science is and how you, like Patrick, could have but didn't win against Toon. With my help, you'll be able to win, Jaren. But first, you've got to get a retraction on record for an audience, where you, on bended knee, apologise for your own ignorance about what science actually is. Your ignorance has led you to tell an audience that I'm scamming people with the information Patrick's winning with, and it's an outrage. I demand a retraction from you, Jaren. When I get one, all's good. We'll be friends again, and we'll move forward winning together. We will progress the community that everybody begs both of us to improve upon, to grow. Now, I'm putting out an olive branch to Jaren. I'm putting out an olive branch and saying forgiveness will be forthcoming for your scummy, disgusting behaviour when you make your retraction video and declare your own ignorance in regards to the methodology of science that Patrick's winning this debate where you lost. Okay? Once you've got that, I will take you by the hand and educate you on what science is so you, next time you face Toon, can also win like Patrick is. That's my olive branch. Retraction, make it clear that your ignorance led you to declare me a scammer and retract that nonsense because it isn't true. And then we can move forward educating you on what science is. So you can stop making these ignorant assertions that science and scientism doesn't prove things, which is incorrect. It's the only reason Toon claimed experiment, and it's the only reason that Patrick's smiling, simply asking him for a phenomena that he hasn't got. So we're all going to move forward in Flat Earth. We are going to grow this quote-unquote community that I despise because I haven't been strong and firm enough when it comes to things like this. Demanding retractions from people who are wrong, regardless of their size. Yeah, I'm not going to pander to Jaren anymore. Just from this point forth, if his name ever comes up, I'm waiting for a retraction from Jaren so we together can grow the community, can give this information to a wider audience so that our numbers go up rather than down, rather than Jaren telling people to unsubscribe from good flat earthers like me. He can help grow the community rather than destroy it. Because that's what he's done to me, like Bob did in the past. Now he can right that wrong by taking hold of the olive branch I've extended out to him, grabbing hold of it with both hands, making his retraction, declaring his own ignorance of science, Jeranism, Jaren, Campanella, and then we can grow this community together because we can educate an audience that's wider than mine on how Patrick won this debate with science and an understanding thereof, with fallacy understanding, things of that nature, things that are sorely lacking from the biggest people in this community.
About your experiment.
Go on. Whoever that was.
It rose, I think.
I think that was well said.
No, I didn't say anything. I was just giving my little claps in the background. That was eloquently well said. I love that. That's fact.
Oh, I want what I want. I want to grow the community. People beg me for it, and I appeal to me not being able to do it. Well, I can. Just got to be strong. If people are wrong, Jaren's wrong. Now, I'm not going to take it personally. What I will do is appeal to him for a better outcome in situations like this one with McToon. And if he can have that outcome, it will rub off on his audience. There's no point in appealing to how well the discussion's gone and how civil it is. Did you win or didn't you? Because that's what people want. People appeal to me all day long about growing this community. How are we going to get it out to a wider audience? Okay. Well, internally, we need to unite. We need to all sing from the same hymn sheet like the Globers do. Even when they're wrong, they still tap each other on the back. Well, when we're right, at the very least, we should be tapping each other on the back. And currently, we're calling each other scammers. That needs to stop if we're going to grow the information, if we're going to grow the amount of people who come to us. That needs to stop now. Shout out to Fiber Oats for
Who
the super chat.
cares?
Hold on, let me just shout out the super chat, Neil, then your objection can be heard. Shout out to Fiber Oats. He says it's not working to be strong. It's not wrong. Sorry. Sorry. Not wrong to be strong. Thank you for the sentiment. Really appreciate it. Go ahead, Neil.
I told you it's not worth the time or effort. Leave them alone and let's do what we do here. Forget about educating them. They don't want it.
Don't care. I've got a gut instinct, right? As much as I can moan about the behaviour of Dave Weiss when he's telling people he don't watch me, right? And hanging around people who are calling me scammers and not decrying it. Okay, I could focus on that. I don't want to. Deep down, I think Dave's a bloody good guy. It annoys me and upsets me. These are things I lose sleep over. The loss of a friendship with Jaren and Dave and Bob more than anybody. Yeah, that was upsetting. Deeply upsetting. Right? Well, why can't I air these things? Why can't I show a little bit of my heart on my sleeves occasionally? Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit sweaty and a little bit clammy. You can probably hear my tension in my voice. But these are things that I've shied away from. Okay, you as an audience appeal to me to grow this to more people. Okay, I know a man who can do that. He's called Jaren. He's got a massive audience. He's on my side. Unfortunately, he's calling me a scammer for the best possible information that we are currently as an audience watching win. Now, maybe my audience can appeal to Jaren. There's an olive branch out there for you where you can do better and you can help us as an audience do better. You can help us grow the community. Together, we can be bigger. Together, more people can bang the same drum of Flat Earth and win every discussion they have. But we need some unity. So, yeah, as tough as it is for me to say, as easy as it is to shy away from, I'm sick of it. Now that I'm not focused on this stupid computer, I haven't given it a thought for the whole show. Stupid computer, it's working, it's brilliant. Thank you, Paul. Really appreciate it now it's working, because I haven't thought about it. But I am thinking about this community. It's taken 3 days, and my focus is back. Right? 3 days of not pissing around with the computer, and I'm thinking, how can I grow this community that I love? Well, I know somebody's big in the community. I know several people. Dave's big. Jaren's big. Bob was big. He's dead now. Well, he's no use to me. That's really unfortunate, because that would be another big name I could have appealed to if he wasn't dead.
Well, Nathan, if you have a direct line, now this is not what I would normally say in this situation concerning these people, but if you have a direct line to Jaren, a way of emailing him, or an email he would read, then you could just put it forward to him, show him what Patrick did, just a clip from it. Listen, from this point to this point, this is the thing that you claimed I was a scammer for. This is not scamming. This is showing up the opposition.
I speak to Jaren. Right, number one, I've got his number. I'll speak to Jaren if I wanted to, and I have. When Bob died, we had a chat. We remain civil. We don't argue with each other on the phone. Occasionally, we'll have the usual. Jaren's got a habit of having raucous texts back and forth, and I've done that with Jaren. So's everybody. That's just Jaren. It's one of those things that you accept about somebody, and you don't necessarily say that makes him a bad person just because he loses his temper over text messages. But I've got multiple direct communication lines with Jaren, some of which, like when Bob died, were opened in that instance by him. So it's not like I don't have a communication line. We are at loggerheads in respect to this science thing. Now, there's been, up until now, very few things that aren't me doing it, or you, Brian, doing it, or QE doing it, that I can example. Now, as much as everybody knows Patrick's a friend of the show, he's a channel member. He's not us, is he? He's not in day in, day out. He's not one of the... If you said Patrick Gunnels, no one's going to say, oh, yeah, one of the Flat Earth debate crew. He isn't, which is good. I'll just do the shout out. I'm with Neil, says Michael Kahn. I loving your videos, by the way, Michael. Can one of the moderators put Michael Kahn's channel into the chat? Because I watch his videos every time they come out and I really enjoy them. So please subscribe to Michael Kahn. I'm sure he wasn't expecting a plug off the back of that super chat, but yeah, he's definitely worth subscribing to. And he's making more. He did a video in a mask about Toon today, and it had me chuckling. So I don't know what better endorsement I can give if someone makes me laugh and I watch their videos pretty much daily if they're producing them. So I've completely lost track.
Yeah, Michael Kahn is ace. Nathan, you reached out before. You reached out to Bob. Stop like you haven't reached out. You have reached out. They rejected you.
Doesn't matter.
No, get him.
Doesn't matter. Does it matter? Does it matter? I'm a salesman. But 10th, back me up. If you've got that client that you know needs your product, but they keep refusing, they keep rejecting you, they keep buying the crap product instead, do you stop? 10th.
We're not talking about products here.
Yeah, we are.
All right?
Yeah, we are.
About the nature of
Yes,
reality.
we are. It's a the scientific methods are products.
Don't make those kind of parallels.
Why not?
They don't need your
Other
product.
people
They don't need your product, Nathan. The piece of nonsense is profitable enough.
Well, what I would say, Nathan, right, to back up you, because I know everyone
Before you
here,
do, though,
I would
I'm really sorry, Brian.
leading that
Before you do, please hold that thought, John. I do, and we will come back to that. For now, Patrick's video. Patrick, I already know you did a wonderful job. If we don't cover the rest of this video, I'm so sorry. I'm going to say straight away, I've put the link in. I'm going to spam it again so people can go and check you out. Wonderful job. You've done a great job. And I know I will watch the rest of it. But just in case this discussion, it's because your content's so good, which means we should play more, that we're discussing this in the way that we are. It's developed a great conversation for whatever reason, Patrick. So kudos to you, my friend. I know the rest of it's epic before even watching it, and hopefully people will go and check you out and rumble. Okay, Brian,
also,
make your. I know you're in the wings. I know Eli. You will get to go after Brian, but then there's a major subject point that we're going to go on to. So go ahead, Brian, then Eli, then back to John.
Yeah, normally I would be leading the charge against against who I would consider our opposition, which is Jaron and those. But here you have an example of Patrick Gunnels, who is not on the FED panel, but he listens in and he learns, he communicates with you. And here he is showing someone outside of FED, showing how he's calmly, at least in this portion of the debate, calmly taking Toon apart. And if you can show that to Jaron and say, you can't call me a scammer for this. If you can do that and then publicly show, you don't have to show Jaron's response, just publicly show what you did. That's all you can do. And that is, after that, it's up to them. Because you're showing how Patrick is doing what Jaron didn't do, because Jaron decided that information was no good.
Not only no good, that I was a scammer for disseminating it. And that's the objection. And like you say, that's what I am doing in this show. I'm saying, here's the example of somebody winning with this information. I've been called a scammer by Jaron for it. I want a retraction, because then we can move forward. There's too much of a bitter taste left in my mouth over it. And if Jaron makes a retraction, it shows, number one, I would expect all of his audience to notch him up once in their estimation for the humility level alone. Now, I'm not suggesting that he does that just to gain props and kudos from his audience for his humility. I'm saying the reason I want you to do it is a gesture that shows an understanding that a wrong has been committed by him. And once that's been, even if it's a small, in a live stream, okay, I do retract that he was a scammer for saying that. Moving on, we're going to look at my kid's fun day today. Whatever. A token gesture to say, no, I acknowledge that I've wronged you, because he has. Then we can move forward and grow the community with information that wins debates. So this is my doing that, Brian. Okay, Eli, then John.
Yeah, forget. I don't want to say the thing I was gonna say. But you still have an open line of communication to Jaron, and so there's always a possibility where you can get in there with the proper angle to elevate, no pun intended. But, you know, I just think that if he is willing to have a 6-hour conversation with McToon, why can't you guys have a conversation for an hour? Where you know it's exposed. If he says I don't agree with the scientific method, have him detail why, if he can, right?
No.
Like, what exactly does he disagree
I
with?
understand what
Does
you're saying, and if this
anybody
was a
really
That's
know?
a great question,
Yeah.
Eli.
no.
Why won't he have a 1 hour conversation with you, but he could sit for 6 hours with McToon? It's going a lot deeper than what
This
you
isn't a
think.
reasonable comparison.
Try and
It's
play
not a
patty
reasonable
cake all you
comparison.
want.
Hello, this is not a reasonable comparison. Who cares? No, I don't expect anything of the sort from Jaren. No, I'm not his boss. No, I'm not going to put any.
Patty cake, bake a cake. Come on now.
No.
What are they going to do, Nathan? Shoot you in the back now?
No, what
No,
I
but
demand
no.
is not that. I'm just trying to explain to Eli. Thank you, Neil. No, Eli. No, I'm not. It's beyond that, is what I'm trying to say. Before Neil keeps piping up, it's beyond that. I'm demanding a retraction. No, I'm not going to spend my time educating Jaren at this stage, as much as I want to, and that is what is required to grow our community. That's a fact. I know what's needed. Yeah. Now, seeming impossible because, well, I've tried and it was much to my detriment on Globebusters. Well, yeah. Sometimes you go into the dealer that's selling your opponent's product and they're doing really well with it, and as a consequence of them seeing your proactive nature trying to get in there, your opponent does the dirty on you and starts bad-mouthing you. Yeah, that'll happen. Sometimes you've got to wade through quite a lot of crap to come out clean on the other side. Yeah, but eventually you do. I've done it as a salesman. Now, this to me just requires my tenacious nature as a salesman. I've got a product to sell. It's the scientific method. The other products I've got are great too. But I've got one product and one customer who just does not want to buy it. And as a result, wants to, like in my example, do the dirty and say that I'm not a good person because I'm trying to sell him something. I am trying to sell this to Jaren for the benefit of our community. So now I've put it into a context that has consequences that are wider reaching beyond me. Now, some might turn around and say, that's a bit scummy. No, it's not. I'm being appealed to grow the community. That's what's happening. You want to know how I can do that? You all like what's on the show? I've got to get that through the means I have to the wider audience. There's only so much e-begging, asking for shares that you can do, right? At some point, you've got to say, no, there is multiple different means that I can appeal to here. Now, one of them has got a roadblock in the way. I'm going to smash through it. Smash through it by going, we need Jaren to do this. Us as a community need him to do this. Yeah? Now, I'm not suggesting you put pressure on him to do it. I'm just telling you what the situation is. Now, me saying we can move forward when I get a retraction is because that's what's needed to mend some bridges that Jaren has burnt. I can only dangle the olive bridge over the burnt bridge because I can't physically build the bridge for Jaren, which is what Eli's asking me to do.
Don't hold your breath, and I'm glad he's not.
I mean,
The
I think
thing
it.
is,
I think it's
Jaren's
well. I understand. I understand. Last reply. Sorry,
Let
John.
Eli wrap up then, John.
just-
And then I do want to hear from Adam as well. But go ahead, Eli. You wrap up then, John. Hello, Adam.
well, I want this for two reasons. One, I guess, would be for you to selfishly bypass him calling you a scammer. I get that. But two, really, my main motive is to get others to understand that what he's rejecting is not what you're particularly putting on the table, which is a method. He's not really like when you lay all of the cards on the table and you're like, okay, this is what the scientific method is. What are you rejecting exactly? This is what I want exposed, and for the greater good of everybody's audience. Because what Jaren will say he's rejecting is something we're not supporting, which is pseudoscience, funny enough. But then he'll use pseudoscience in the same breath. And this is what I want people to really understand, because for some it seems really confusing. But that's all I want to say.
And right there's the conundrum, because that same pseudoscience that he's using is what this is all about. And that's the ether. The ether is what they're selling, not flat earth. Jaron is not a flat earther. He's an Ethereum.
Thank you.
He doesn't care about flat earth. I mean, McToon showed him how flat it was. He didn't say a word about it. He's more concerned with calling us scammers.
I think after Adam speaks, that we should go back to the video and maybe speak about this later, because we'll end up just arguing about this on the live show.
Yeah, you're right. But we will hear from Adam.
I like to pipe in too after Adam.
Adam might have anything to say. He's only just got here. But yeah.
Oh, you want me to go?
No. I'm just saying Adam may not have anything to say. I assumed because he joined that he had something to say.
Okay.
But I don't know that for certain. He hasn't piped up yet.
All right. Well, I'll go until he pipes up.
He's not even in here anymore.
in that case, I'll go.
Hey, real quick, I want to say, I was listening because I was screening patient, but what Neil is saying and what I'm saying in some kind of way, even though that was eloquent what you said as far as together and everything, just watch out for the dagger. Make sure you're wearing a hazmat suit, because the poison is still out there, and you got to understand what the true intent of people like Jaron and Dell are. It's you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm saying? So although I do understand where you're coming from, Nathan, because at the end of the day, we're better united to fight against this farce propagated narrative of Colbert. However, you still got to tread carefully dealing with these others who claim to be on your side, because they're like Judas. You know what I'm saying? You know, they'll smile in your face and they'll cut you down for their own self-amelioration. You got to be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but we can't define their motivations. Now, we just need to, as it says, and I'm not a Christian, but as it says in the Bible, you know them by their fruits. Some people are just wrong. I think Dale is just wrong. Right? Now, we don't know Dale enough, but I think he's just wrong. Jaron, I don't know what's going on with him. Right? But he just happens to be wrong. Well, I don't have any trust in Jaron whatsoever. But that's why I asked you to do what you said, Nathan, or what I said to you, to make that communication and show publicly that you made that communication. Hang on, Neil. Hang on.
I never thought I'd hear you talk like this. I'm sorry.
Neil, do you want to relax, man?
Yes. You don't know what I'm saying. Maybe shut up and listen. Put out the communication to show that you did what you did. Put it out there to show publicly you're after putting out this olive branch. And if he doesn't accept at that point, he's never ever going to accept. Then you know. Now, I think he will never accept, because I think he had some other agenda that is outside of whatever you want, Nathan. Jaron doesn't care, because that's not what he wants. That would be my opinion on it. From
I've
his
never
fruit.
told you to shut up one time, Brian. You disrespected me. But that's
Okay.
okay.
I don't care.
All I'm saying is,
What
I
do you
never
want me to
thought I'd
say
hear
to
you
you?
say
What do you want
something
me to
like
say to you?
While they row it out amongst themselves, we'll just get on with this video a little bit.
Mike. So I'll tell you, because you're confused about the essence of science. The essence of science is to test something that's falsifiable. That's the essence. That's right at the core of it, right? So you have a hypothesis. You compute the consequences of that hypothesis, and
sorry, you don't compute the consequences of a hypothesis. You vary your independent variable to see if it causes the phenomena you're studying. And so far, this little amble is in lieu of a phenomena that you were asked for by Patrick. I'm just going to keep reiterating why we're getting this now 3-minute long amble.
And then you compare two observations or compare to reality. That's it. So it's not like, oh, let's start at the top and see if we can go through. Okay, so that's not what I did. So the natural...
So the summary, he doesn't have an experiment. It's not what he did. He didn't have an experiment, so he can't give the natural phenomena. He used the word to steal the valor, but he doesn't have one. There's the conclusion. Thank you, Toon. Nice that I can summarise it. That's why Patrick's smirking. He knows you haven't got an experiment, you lying sod. Neil, you're determined to talk through every single sentence of everybody. That's why you got told off by Neil. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm on the street, so I'll just go on mute. Just send out invitations, Nathan. Have a big party.
No,
you missed the point of what I was trying to say,
Neil. Hold on, Brian. Neil, verbalise your objection. Your voice is valued. We want your objection. Just make it concise. Saying send out invitations. Okay, I will. I'll make them really nice and
I'll
printed
make it as
beautifully. What
concise
are you
as I
talking
can
about?
make it. Nathan, they don't want to be bothered. They're not flat earthers. John laid it out perfectly. They're Etherites. They want nothing to do with the truth. To hell with them.
Okay. So, back when I was a sales rep, and I used to sell cord, and the dealers that exclusively sold name did not want to know about cord. They didn't want to know the truth of how good the product was because they sold a lot of name. And if I made it my business to get in their business, their name would be very annoyed about it. Yeah? And they'd even badmouth me. Right. Do you understand the principle? Because he's got something else.
I understand what you're saying, Nathan.
Thank
but
you,
you're
Neil. Thank you.
talking
Thank
about
you,
two
Neil. Thank
different
you.
things,
Thank you. Still in the middle of the same sentence. Thank you.
Stop
Thank you, Neil. Thank you. The point being... Oh, God, now. I'm going to give up on this point soon. The point being that sometimes your customer can be aggressively against what you have to offer them. That doesn't mean you give up. Sometimes it means you just have to try a different angle. Now, sometimes you have to try many different angles. But ultimately speaking, if there's a customer out there that's going to benefit you and them by them taking on your product, then you have to, if you're a salesman, schedule times to reinitiate that point of contact. Make the effort again. Touch base. Make sure they're just keeping familiar with your name and your concept, or your product in that instance. Right? Well, while we might not be successful on this occasion, we've tried many times, all of them quite subtle, to appeal to Jaren and those guys, if you want to keep it more broad, the Etherites, let's call them, to understand the methodology of science. Now, could it be that some of that will lay waste to some of their current claims? Maybe. Doesn't change the overall benefit that our product, in this instance, scientific method, has to offer all. It's benefited humanity for long enough. I'm pretty sure it will benefit Jaren. So no worries. I know I've got a good product to sell. And I'm determined. I'm very tenacious. I can reignite that part of my mentality from being a salesman. I can very easily reignite it for the greater good of the community, to grow flat earth in the mind's eye of the general populace, through Jaren, or whatever means is required. Shout out to Fibre Ropes. Is an Etherite like a Hutterite? What's a Hutterite?
I don't know.
I'm going to go with yes. Yes, definitely. Absolutely. But they're basically the same thing. Why not? I have no idea.
Can I address Neil?
I don't know, but am I still in the wings?
I thought you'd gone.
Well, why would I go? Everyone jumped in, and I thought it was...
fly, birdie, fly.
It is, but can your example not include photocopiers? Thank you.
Don't worry. Just an approximate facsimile of one. Will that be okay?
That'll be fine.
Sorry, Nathan.
Just try and toner it down a bit, okay?
All right. Very nice. Very nice. All right. I'll scan the subject real quick here. So when it's a salesman who wants to show his friends a product, he has no problem getting the appointment. When it's a salesman who is going to contact a complete stranger, a business owner that could benefit from this product, he doesn't have the luxury of the long-time friendship to count on. So first attempt, second attempt, third attempt, it all fails, but you know you could help that guy. So you keep trying. You make all possible means to just get a 5-10 minute presentation. And I've done this before where I was denied many times. And I said, look, if I can keep it under 5 minutes and I can show you how to save hundreds, if not thousands, that'd be worth your time, wouldn't it? Finally, with some, not all, they would agree. And I got some of my best customers that way. However, in this case, if that customer hated my guts, called me a scammer, I probably would never get that 5 minute time. Now, on the other end, if I said, look, why don't we just meet up Let me show you how we can work together better so that you can retract what you're saying. And if he denies that, well, at least I made the attempt, is what I hear you saying.
I mean, I'm more than willing to get our elevator pitches in line from all of you right now. As much as Brian wants to just get back onto Patrick Gunnels' video, as do I. It was a great video.
I'd like to address Neil. Right? Because Neil Neil completely misunderstood what I was doing there. Because Neil jumped in with his emotion instead of using his head. My position has never changed for a long time concerning Jaron. I do not trust him. I do not like him. I have no interest in him. And I don't think he has any interest in doing the right thing. Right? But Nathan wants to extend an olive branch. And I know Nathan does. So I'm giving Nathan a suggestion of what I feel would be the best way to do it and show it publicly that he's done it. After that, it's purely in Jaron's court. And it can only make Jaron look better. Jaron can either end up looking better or worse. Now I reckon he'll end up looking worse. Right? But I can't stop Nathan from wanting to do that. Nathan has a good... Nathan, I'm sorry, I feel you're naive, but I'll help you along if it means that I'm giving you help. Because I'm always on your show, you're my friend.
It's not the first time I've been accused of it, Brian, and I understand why.
Yeah.
I'm generally a very focus on the positive, glass half full kind of guy. So generally, I want to see the good in people. I want to see a positive outcome. Visualizing that positive outcome is generally how I like to visualize going through life. I kind of had that disappear for the last 10 months with this computer, I'll be honest. But other than that, right, that is generally how I approach things. Now, on the whole, it sets you up for disappointment. But once you've appreciated the positivity of an outcome that you do pull off, the successful outcomes, that's why I appealed to 10th. And he gave me a great, reasonable example on when you've achieved that with the customer. When the customer badmouths you, and as soon as you were saying, well, if that person's calling me a scammer, I remember a different manufacturer, one that I also owned product from, didn't work for him, but Musical Fidelity, Jewish guy, that constantly got called a scammer all the time. Did it mean he was unsuccessful? Did it mean he couldn't go out to clients and win them over and get them to buy his products? Absolutely not. He did a really good job of it. Anthony Michelson, his name was. Really, really good guy. But I'm sure that there's certain things he's done in business that maybe some people wouldn't approve of. He's just a guy. But the competition, who he was undercutting left, right, and centre, wanted to give out the impression he was a scammer. Therefore, dealers who he had to go into might be telling their customers who wanted Musical Fidelity, and if they didn't have it, that why would you? It's a scam. It's a rubbish product. Well, he had to go in and appeal to those customers, and he won them over time and time again. Right? Well, that's this scenario. You don't become successful by just going, yeah, I've been rejected. Yeah. Or, no, I've just got no faith that person would ever even pay the bills if I was to sell him my product. You can't take that attitude. Yes, you've got to go by you can't waste your time. If you're constantly banging your head against a brick wall, eventually you've got to draw a line under it. Or you slowly, incrementally schedule that recall less and less and less. That's more likely what you should do as a salesperson. Well, at the moment, now I've got the time to do it, it's one of those that, no, this is one of our best lines to a bigger audience for a sympathetic ear. Now, bearing in mind that if you look at it from this point of view, right, the standard is that, let's say that we can't change Jaron's mind. He's convinced, let's make this open rather than against me, that we, collectively, are scammers as opposed to just me, right? If we can't reconvince him that that's not the case, that doesn't necessarily mean he's not open to having discussions with this, does it? He's had Toon in front of him, for God's sake. So he's more than open to have people who he fundamentally disagrees with to discuss points with. So even if he is fundamentally diametrically opposed to what we disseminate in regards to science, and we cannot change that, doesn't mean we're not going to get the door opened, does it? Does it mean we might encounter abuse from the customer? Yeah, we might. But doesn't mean the door's closed. And that door is a very important door to keep open.
Neil, let him finish.
They are deliberately trying to uproot everything that's been planted here. If you're too blind to see that, I am out of here.
No, Neil, you don't need to do that. But would you call someone who's trying to sell Apple computers to Bill Gates an intellectual person.
No, I'd call him an idiot.
All right, since we've stopped, I got a minor point before you close out. We have a crusader out in chat. I don't know if she's still out there. Amy S. Amy S says, there's no proof in science. It's only in math and liquor. This is really basic stuff. Amy S. Why don't you come on in here and educate us?
On number one, I had Chocolate's chuckle, which would have been my chuckle if I hadn't have been on mute. Right, liquor, right? Chocolate. That was the chuckle.
Yep.
Brilliant. Proof in liquor.
Try to get it.
Whoever she is,
Try to
I
get it
like her
back.
already. Even if she's again like Jaren, diametrically opposed to how science absolutely, unequivocally, it's its only job, prove things. Right? Doesn't matter. Good sense of humor. There's only proof in liquor. Wonderful. Love it. Okay, I think that's probably the way I'll round out the show. We're going to go through with a bit of help from QE, who's going to potentially critique me along the way in regards to why science proves things. And it's all it does. It is its only objective. It's its only outcome if the methods perform correctly. Okay, so step one, observe something that's occurring, something that happens in nature. That's your phenomena, the thing that we left off with Patrick Gunnels asking Toon, and then a 5 to 10 minute segue about how well science does in these books he's got to recommend. Well, science is aiming to prove things through experimentation. And experimentation is the actualization, i.e. putting into practical effect, a hypothesis. So that is the queen of science, if you will. Experiment's the king, hypothesis is the queen. Right? So that's what we're going to focus on, because that is where you get the empirical nature of science from. So long as you understand that at this stage, nothing's being done, nothing's being validated. We're only writing it down on paper as our supposition. And our supposition is A causes the phenomena we're studying nature. A is my supposition of a cause. Something I think will cause it. Now, contained within the hypothesis, you also have a null. The null is the antithesis of your prediction. So where I think A is going to cause the phenomena I'm studying, the thing that Toon had to segue away from when he said he had an experiment, the null states that A will not cause B. So you have two outcomes in a hypothesis. Outcome one, you vary A, it causes the phenomena to happen. Outcome two, you vary A, nothing happens. Null. Zero difference result. So either you cause the effect or you don't cause the effect. That's a hypothesis. So actualization of a hypothesis is simply you varying A to see if the phenomena happens. Now, if you vary A and the phenomena happens, then you put a tick, that's proven, next to your alternative hypothesis. A causes B. Because you varied A and the phenomena happened. B was caused. So that's a tick. It was validated, proven. It's empirically proven because it happened. Tick. Done. Proof. However, if the zero difference result is confirmed, you put a tick next to that. So you vary A and the phenomena didn't happen. You then tick your null. You have proven your null. So regardless of which is the outcome, that would be A causing the phenomena or A not causing a phenomena, one or other will be proven. Therein lies the empirical method of science, aka the scientific method, the singular scientific method, the method of science. phenomena, hypothesis, and the stolen valor of experiment used by Toon. Is there any comments before I round out and ask everyone to stay tuned for the after show?
Let's get back to the video.
You want to do a bit more video?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Because what's happening is the conversation is turning into arguments.
Seriously,
as I thought it was.
just turn my light on. I'm ready to do my outro. Are you kidding?
Well, we can do it in the after show if you want, but we should definitely get back.
Let's ask the audience. I'm appealing to them as my. I'm appealing to the audience as my justification for asking Jaren to understand science. So I might as well ask them. Why would I ask the live audience if they want me to stay live? Obviously, they're just going to say yes, aren't they?
Watching.
Go on.
127. Keep going.
Normally, I'd appeal for people to get us over 125 viewers. So if we can get to 150 in the next 10 minutes, we'll stay live and cover a lot more of Patrick Gunnels' video. If we don't get to 150 in the next 5 to 10 minutes, then we won't. I'll round out in 5 to 10 minutes. But we will do a little bit more of Patrick Gunnels' video.
Observed phenomena isn't part of the what I did.
Well, great start. So Patrick's answer, 10 minutes later, what's the phenomena? Didn't have one. Then it wasn't an experiment.
Right. So I'm testing, is the Earth flat? And testing, is the Earth spherical? And
those are what is questions, though, aren't they? As opposed to cause and effect, like you'd use when establishing a phenomena. That's something happening. Why did that happen? It's not a what is question. Stay live, says Unitox Femi with $2 or £2. Thank you, Sasha. We're going to do for a little bit. Share the show more than super chat. If we can get almost 130 people watching, so obviously someone's smashing the share button. Oh damn! I've rewound it.
From all different locations. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that so?
Well, because flat earthers have said that the sun is small and local. So I'm testing their claims. Now, if you don't make that claim about flat Earth, if you don't think that the sun is small and local, then I would be certainly, this would not be a hypothesis that applies to you.
See how he's stuttering? Yeah? When he starts talking about his hypothesis, bearing in mind I've just gone through phenomena. He didn't have one of them. Now it's hypothesis. Stammering bitch. Yeah, he's got you over a barrel, hasn't he, again? Yeah, Vlad on Flat Earth, shout out to you, my friend. He says, staying live. Cheers to all. Really appreciate the super chat. Thank you for it. If you're going to pay me money, I mean, I can't really disagree. 133 watching. Definitely somebody smashing the share button.
Nathan. It was staying live.
I was just going to do that, yeah.
Please don't do that again.
Your position on the shape of the Earth.
My position is that the Earth is not a sphere.
So what is your position on the sun's elevation above flat Earth?
I don't have any way of determining the sun's elevation.
Boom. He doesn't know.
His
Go on, Chocolate, go.
Basically, so what he just said is, my hypothesis is only a hypothesis based on whatever your position on what the Earth is. Are you kidding me? Are you serious?
Retard. He's a retard. Blockhead McBugger eater. Look at him. That is a retard. People. There you go.
Shout out to Elvis Kavovic. Says, shout out to Vlad, and despite everything, stay live. Thank you for the super chat, Elvis. It's him basically disseminating his need to stack up whatever Patrick claims in false dichotomy with his globe bullshit. And Patrick has overcome that by going, not claiming anything. Same thing I did with Dell, basically. Exactly the same thing, in fact. Well, I need to stack up what you say in false dichotomy to make what I say seem less stupid. I don't say anything. I haven't got a claim here, like Patrick's just said. What's he going to do now? Well, I need my hypothesis to be based on what you say. Really?
Oh, you could just triangulate. You said you're good at math. Can't you triangulate? Can you solve a triangle, Patrick?
You have to.
Sorry, weren't we just talking about science, experiments, and a hypothesis? Do you need this to be maths? See, it'd be quite useful, as Patrick does, to understand the difference, as Patrick does, so that when some shyster starts lying about having experiments and hypotheses, you can call them out on it, and then they start telling you about doing equations for triangles? That doesn't seem very sciencey there, Toon. Seems like you're very ignorant about what science actually is, given you've just appealed to it twice and are now asking about maths? Yeah, I think it was Eli earlier that pointed out you're in a category error. No, it's Brian.
You have to be able to measure the distance to it to triangulate it.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
How are you gonna? How are you gonna?
There's a whole bunch of different variables that.
Wait, was that just a nuh-uh? What part of triangulation does Toon not understand in terms of measuring the distance? You need to know one of the values, right? For those stars, you need at least one.
Could make it. Okay, now just
So go ahead.
No. You explain exactly how you figured out the elevation, the height of the sun.
Yeah, you see that wry smile? I wonder why his wry smile started to slap its way all over Patrick's face when he described the height of the
Holy
star
cow.
as its...
Time to go.
Mighty Mush, can you go on mute, please? Thank you. He described the height as the elevation. That seems like a very carefully phrased question, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? I wonder why you're smiling about it.
Okay.
With your so-called experiment, please.
Because all right, I'm in Minneapolis, 45 degrees north latitude.
You'll need a flat Earth for that. So 45 degrees based on elevation angle measurements to Polaris on a flat plane. Flat Earth proof from Toon number 1.
On December
27.
Again, go ahead.
Sorry,
Brian.
I was just going to throw in. He's 2,700 nautical miles in a direct horizontal from the GP point of Polaris.
Yeah, what Toon's just described requires a flat Earth. That's what he's just described. Just also point out, bearing in mind there's an olive branch dangling out there for Jeranism, that upon Toon's declaration that these latitude lines worked on a globe, Jeran agreed with him. I just want to point that out. It's a flat Earth proof. It's a flat Earth requirement. It's based on the GP position of Polaris and its declination towards the horizon as you back away from it. Latitude lines. Flat Earth proof.
Fifth, the sun goes over what portion of the Earth? What line?
Why are you asking him? It's your proof. Need a burden of proof reversal fallacy as well there, do you, Toon? You little shyster? Already tried to stack it up in false dichotomy he hasn't given you. Now you're trying to reverse the burden entirely?
The Tropic of Capricorn.
Okay.
Right?
Question
do you agree with that?
I don't even know. It doesn't.
Good answer. Yeah, why would he need to? He's not making a claim about it, Toon, but he's too smart for you. Yeah? Before he even answered, he doesn't need to, does he? Your claim, Sunshine.
Matter. My question to you is...
Hold on.
He doesn't need to, Toon. It's your claim. Are you going to be exacerbated about the fact that he doesn't know something about your claim you're making? Oh, it just seems like you need to get this back on track to be sacked up in false dichotomy, right? Need to make sure he's making a claim before you move forward. He's already made clear he isn't, Toon. Yeah? This burden of proof reversal fallacy is pathetic.
You don't know. How old are you that you don't know that the sun goes over the Tropic of Capricorn on December 25th to December 21st?
Well,
this is basic information, Patrick.
Okay, hang on a second. I just asked you a very simple question. You don't have to get triggered. Why is it that the sun has to be measured from the same altitude if the Earth is flat?
How many different suns are there, Patrick?
Why does it have to be the same elevation if the Earth is flat?
Because if there's one sun, then that one sun can only occupy one position.
What?
It doesn't.
What is he a retard?
Sorry, if it only occupies one position there, Toon, it doesn't, though, does it? You can track its GP position throughout the day. It moves, even by my own looking at it, it obviously moves. So what is this stupid nonsense as a rebuttal, Toon? Is this the kind of idiot response to say that it doesn't move? Wow.
Elmer Fudd. He's an Elmer Fudd sophist. Look at him. He's retarded. You can see it in his eyes. Look at him.
No, it could be moving.
What? Sorry, very quickly. What Toon is doing... Sorry, I thought you'd stopped it. What Toon is doing, this is an important point, right, for everyone, right? The latitude and longitude grid was what they hijacked to turn into their globe. And then they sent our globe rotating, which means they sent the latitude and longitude grid rotating, and told you and me and everyone that the reason the sun is rising and setting, appearing to rise and set, is because the latitude and longitude grid that they turned into a sphere is rotating. So then the Tropic of Capricorn and the equator and the Tropic of Cancer, right, are then all claimed to be the path of the sun. No, they are lines of latitude that match points in this, the GP points from time to time of the sun, but the latitude and longitude grid is not based off the sun. It's based off of Polaris. It's all derived from Polaris, and your position and the position of anything else in relation to the GP point of Polaris. So when they give you a circle or anything on the latitude and longitude grid and say, the sun does this, right? No, that has nothing to do with the sun. Right? They're just latitude positions that the sun does appear over at certain times of the year. But after that, you have no idea what the sun is. You don't know if there's more than one sun. And whatever is going on with the sun has no direct relationship on a daily basis with the latitude and longitude grid.
Right on. Excellent.
So that,
excellent description. Just a quick shout out to Lumpy with Gas in a Vacuum. He says, Jaren read a script on that, Geo. He is controlled up. You don't know that in either event. So thank you for the super chat, Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. But yeah, you don't know that. Anyway,
I'm sorry, I'm a little lost. What does this have to do with McBooger Eater's experiment?
Doesn't. Shout out to Daniel Samingo, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much indeed. All been snapped up immediately, of course. Nothing to answer your question.
What
is moving?
An experiment. Hypothesis actualization. He doesn't have a phenomena, so he's screwed.
Thing. In relation to the surface of the Earth, there's no question the sun is moving.
No, you said it has to be in the same position. Did you not?
The same elevation.
The same elevation.
Yes.
Why? Why is that necessary for a flat Earth?
Because a object can
is this really your approach? You just act just completely incredulous every time a flat earther asks a question.
Patrick, this is basic stuff.
This is basic.
It's
Why
is it difficult to figure out that the sun must be in only one location at a time?
Okay, one location at a time. This
isn't confusing. People understand that then an object can only occupy one place.
An object can only occupy one place at one time.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not.
Why is it? I don't accept your claim. Listen, I've asked you multiple times why that must be so, and you just sit there laughing at me.
The reason why it must be so, Patrick, is because an object can only occupy one place.
Okay.
The sun cannot be in multiple places at the same time.
No, it cannot. I agree.
Excellent. So
pause,
please.
So
what's the sun?
Pause, man, pause.
Exactly.
So when you take an angle measurement of the sun at 12 noon and you take an angle measurement of the sun at 3 p.m. and one right as it's setting, you're going to have a different angle each time. What is McToon rambling about?
He doesn't know. He's a retard.
Yeah, McToon is pre-assuming that the sun is a particular thing, an object that does this thing and that thing. He's trying to put that belief onto Patrick for Patrick Gunnels to then supposedly accept it so McToon can make his further argument instead of giving this claimed feet and meters height that he claimed to have of the sun.
I'm sorry.
Assumption bias.
It's incoherent gibberish. What he's saying is the sun's at different elevation points. If I'm in Florida and you're in Colorado, the sun has the same elevation is what McToon is saying. McBooger Eater. That's what he's saying. It's nonsensical gibberish.
So then if we know when I'm in Minneapolis at 45 degrees north latitude and at the middle of the day when the
But you'll need a flat earth for that. We've just gone over this. You need a flat earth for your position that you've just given. It's an elevation angle measurement to Polaris.
sun's at its highest point.
Okay.
The sun
Highest point. So it's changing in height then, obviously.
is at
Snaps his
Zenith.
own wig off.
right? That means the sun is due south of me on the Tropic of Capricorn at that moment.
Really dumb too.
Okay. Now, how far am I across the surface of flat Earth from the position directly underneath the sun?
I'm not going to sit here and let you just sit here quizzing me about various things. You tell me how on Earth that shows that the surface of the Earth is spherical.
All right. No, I didn't do that yet. We're still hypothesizing if the Earth is flat. Right.
We still need to establish Patrick's claim so it can be stacked up in false dichotomy, right, Toon? We're still not there. He's asked you a couple of questions that are pointing about your experiment that you haven't got. He's led you to make the confession that you're not actually doing an experiment. He asked you about the phenomena that you haven't got, and then you segued onto how mathematical you'll be in this regard. So he's absolutely nailing you to the wall, isn't he, Patrick? You've done an excellent job.
Right. So,
in the uncertainty principle, you have to know the location of that particle at every point, right?
Oh, you in respect to the not being in the same place at the same time, right? That slipped me by, John. Do you want to expand on that, just so the audience get what you're talking about?
Well, you can't be certain about both, right? You can either know its speed or you can know its location. Well, McToon's saying, no, that's stupid.
I'm sorry. Isn't in their model the sun never in its actual size, while it's never in its actual location?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So how is he measuring? Like, I know he's not measuring anything, but how is he trying to relate that to Patrick in relation to a flat? Like, I'm confused by this moron.
Well, let me break it down for you. Let me break it down. What Toon needs to do, because he hasn't got a claim here, as we're just pointing out, is get Patrick to make the claim so he can debunk that and move on to a different subject. That's what he needs. That's what he's attempting.
Sounds like the horizon.
So just tactics.
What's going on?
We'll have a bit more video, then we'll hear your synopsis after, Brian.
The way that we know the distance is because celestial navigation has used this very simple number for centuries.
Celestial navigation requires Earth be flat also, measuring elevation angles.
60 degrees.
That's a measurement of a flat plane.
60 nautical miles per...
Both measurements of flat planes.
Degree latitude.
Flat plane measurement. So elevation angle measurement to Polaris. Toon's repeatedly proving a flat Earth.
So I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, and the...
On a flat Earth. Good.
Yeah, what he's doing is about 40 sentences ago, he was asked to give his height that he claimed to have of the sun, to go through and give the full details from A through to Z of what height the sun is and how he got that height. Now, he's done everything but that. He's tried to do everything, reverse it back onto Patrick, trying to get Patrick, do you agree to this? Do you agree to that? So then at the end, he says, so you don't disagree to it. You know what I mean? You don't disagree when I say the sun is X height. You know, that's what it is. No, you either give it to me or shut up. You know, one of the other.
Yeah, it's just globe tactics right now. Sorry, John.
He's trying the same trick he did on Jaron, where Jaron said, that's just how it works on a sphere. That's what he needs Patrick to say to move forward.
Pause for a minute. I want to go back and forth with Brian here. Brian,
before you do,
in a circle.
Just before you do, shout out to Unitox Femu, who says, both they are speaking about sun, not surface. Ah. Yeah, so Unitox Femu is pointing out that to a degree, Toon's actually been successful. Good super chat. Thank you for the super chats. Go ahead, 10th man.
Yeah. So on the circle, you got 360 degrees. The Babylonians used it, Sumerians, and this is where you get the 360-degree compass, surface, so forth. So, Brian, tell us the reason why every degree has to be 60 nautical miles, but it's in relationship to what statute miles are on land, and how it cannot be anything else but 60 nautical miles, because 60 times 60 is 360. It always has to be that, but it's in relationship to what a statute mile is.
Yeah, a statute miles are horizontally measured. So 69 statute miles per degree, but there's 60 nautical miles per degree because there's 60 minutes of degree. Each one of those minutes are translated from what's known as the co-altitude, when you're taking an elevation angle to a celestial body, down as a horizontal measurement of perspective, because there's use of perspective along the surface of Earth. And the only way for them to be translated into statute miles is for it to always be horizontal. There's no way to do it. Go on.
So let me throw a wrench into this. What if a statute mile was 120 miles? Would it still be 60 nautical? Would a degree still be 60?
No, it can't. A degree would still be 60 nautical miles. There'll be still 60 nautical miles per degree. That will always be the case because always only 60 minutes per degree.
Right. So if the statute mile is, I mean, I'm making a major error here by saying it's, say, 125 miles, it'll still convert to 60 nautical miles because you're using degrees.
Yeah, I mean, see, the problem is that we have our opposition to put this into orthographic view all the time and try and show how orthographically it doesn't work, but they're keeping the celestial body at an equal height. Whereas this is a measurement based off of a perspective drop, right? An angular drop, a apparent drop or rise of a celestial body. So you must add that in. So when they keep that out and show you the side of your own head measuring it, they try and claim it doesn't work. Whereas it works perfectly if you allow the celestial body to do what you observe it doing, right, with your measurements as per distance with a sextant in a perspective view. It works perfect.
In conclusion,
because it can't work any other way.
In conclusion, what I'm trying to say here is that no matter what the statute mile is, you can never change a circle from being less or more than 360. So you're always bound to say 60 nautical miles, no matter what the statute miles is.
You're always bound. Yeah, there's no way around it.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, now we're into celestial navigation. I was waiting for the hypothesis and then McBooger Eater's experiment.
Exactly. That's what this do-si-do is all about. This is the MO of most anti-flat earthers. Once they're getting cornered, the easiest out isn't to defend your position that you failed on. It's to take the opponent on a little dance around the Wrekin so that you never get back to that point. That'll probably never come back up. And no offence to Patrick, it is his failure in this regard, unfortunately, unless he gets him back on track in the next 2 minutes. It was the first critique of the show ever, and it was by Sleeping Warrior. It was like, what we need is each point to be kept on track, so it isn't addressed 50 minutes later where it's less impactful for the person conceding. Because if Toon later concedes that he has no experiment and that his hypothesis is not even a valid one, but in an hour's time, under his breath during a different discussion, he's not a shyster. He's made the confession, right? But it hasn't got the impact that it would have had at the end of this discussion. Instead, we're into what's his recommendation on science books and asking Patrick what his distance to the sun is. Like, who cares? You've got all of these factors involved in your Eratosthenes claim of an experiment that you haven't got without a phenomena. But yet we're segueing so far away from it that the audience will not keep track of what's been won.
Sun is at 23.4 degrees south latitude. I am 45 plus 23.4 degrees away from the sun. Multiply that by 60 nautical miles, and that's how far I am away from the GP of the sun. The GP would be the point on the Earth directly below the sun.
Okay. So the distance to the sun, you mean the distance to the GP of the sun, not the distance to the sun itself.
Yeah, but that gives us one P. It's a
Yes. So not distance to sun, but in fact, distance to position on a flat Earth below sun, with angle along flat ground to that position. Okay. So where Toon, the lying shyster, tells you he's got a distance to sun measurement that you can extrapolate out shadows and R values from, no, he hasn't. He's just a lying shyster with a globe belief. Excellent work, Patrick.
Triangle, you need three things to solve a triangle.
To get a triangle, you need Earth to be flat. One of them's going to be the baseline, Toon.
Unless it's a special case, right?
Unless it's a spherical case, and then it won't be a triangle anymore.
So we have that distance.
along a flat baseline for your triangle. That's a flat Earth proof. About 4 or 5 times Toon's proven a flat Earth so far. Someone want to add something?
And I measured the angle to it. And then the other angle is 90 degrees. So we have angle, side angle. So if you
90 degrees below the sun, that means Earth's flat. 90 degrees to your position means Earth's flat. Simple.
I'll add.
Go on.
If you just, not that I want you to, because anyone could go rewind it themselves. So the false dichotomy came into play. He wants Patrick to prove his point. Now he's admitting that his test, which he had two, one was over a curved Earth, one was over a flat plane, but you couldn't have it work on a flat plane. Now he just admitted that he was at 27 or something, but the sun or star in question is 90 degrees over the Earth somewhere. So a right angle triangle between the GP and him. He just destroyed himself right there. He just destroyed himself right there.
Yep.
If you have angle, side angle, can you solve the triangle?
Yes. Angle, side angle, angle, side angle.
Yep.
Yeah, you can.
Yep. So doing that from Minneapolis at 45 degrees north latitude, I'm at 7,619 kilometers. This is science, so we do it in kilometers. And the sun elevation over flat Earth, assuming flat Earth, in this hypothesizing flat Earth, 3,162 kilometers.
Okay.
Now, my friend Muriel was in the.
What is this? This is science. So we use kilometers.
We're still live, right? And just 1 second, just before you and 10th get into it, QE, can you make this discussion at least 2 or 3 minutes long so I can get a drink? Because we've been alive a lot longer than I normally anticipate, which means I've got a dry mouth and I need something to drink. I normally wouldn't mention that, but if you can keep chatting for a little bit, that'd be great. I'd normally slope off in the after show without mentioning it, but because we are actually live, I do have to make a point of making sure you don't leave dead air.
Gotcha.
There won't be dead air.
Go. There won't be dead air. Just stop talking and go. All right, QE. What does it mean in science we have to use kilometers? What like kilometers can't be used in anything else?
Sorry, my mouth is full of egg sandwich, man. Could you continue without me for a minute?
Brian, take over, Brian.
Yeah, Ken, what's going on here, right? Not that I need to tell you, but I just address it to you. What's going on here is Toon is asked, this is what they're always at. He's asked Patrick for a concession on how you solve a triangle. Patrick had to just be honest and say, yeah, that's how you solve a triangle. And now Toon is trying to use that solving of a right-angled triangle to debunk how celestial navigation could be using right-angled triangles on a flat plane, while also hijacking the 60 nautical miles per degree and trying to claim that's an arc measurement of a globe that's coming from the center of his globe that had to start on a flat surface. So that's what's going on here. It's not that usual straw man. And Patrick has been very good. I would have stopped him before that. But Patrick has been very good. I can't critique him like.
No, Patrick is, as you find out, Patrick did well. It's just that he missed certain points where we would just stop it like Nathan was doing it. But that's not Patrick's style, which I said in the pre-show. And the other thing is it just shows how rude and condescending McToon gets towards the end of this. And that's what Patrick ends up saying in the epilogue as he finishes the show is, man, he was so nice to Jaron. And then I said, well, yeah, I'll talk to him. I'll have him on. And then he was a total, and then he called him what he thought he was. So anyway, Toon is contradicting himself because if the sun is 90 degrees over Earth, and that's the GP at 90, and you're in Minneapolis and you got a 45-degree angle to it, well, guess what? As you move towards it, guess what? It's 46, 47, all the way until you get under it is 90. And what was your point again to Patrick?
You talking to me?
No. I mean, his point was on a flat Earth, you have one sun, and it's one guy's got a 45-degree. I'll use the numbers you just gave, 45-degree angle to it, and then the other guy's where the sun is directly overhead, and it's 90. He says that couldn't work on a flat Earth. That's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, that's the thing, you see. But see, what Toon is after doing is after getting Patrick to admit, because Patrick's just being honest, because it's an honest answer to a dishonest question, because Toon got him to Patrick to agree, yeah, that's how you solve for a right-angled triangle. And this is after Toon had hijacked the latitude and longitude grid and the 60 nautical miles per degree, because this is what he's trying to, this is what they have to do, right? But when they're doing parallax, right, what did they do? They're using a horizontal plane as a chord line, right, through their globe, and they're using a feet and miles distance, using triangles, right?
Yeah.
So they ignore celestial navigation when they're doing parallax measurements to their celestial bodies, right? But when it comes to us using celestial navigation, they're trying to label us as using the same method they're using for parallax, basically, then trying to show how it's mathematically wrong after they've hijacked the latitude and longitude grid and 60 nautical miles per degree.
Well, we know
this is what they're doing.
But we know in air and sea navigation. We know in air and sea navigation, it's nautical miles. We know on land, it's statute miles. And then now he says in science, we use kilometers. Well, you make up your mind.
Which is kilometers and nothing to do with science. Kilometers are measured.
I know, but he tied it to science. That's why I want QE to.
He keeps repeatedly. He keeps
you want
repeatedly.
Me to comment?
He's trying to steal the valor of science. My bad. He's trying to steal the valor of.
Oh, brother. You can't just jut back into the conversation, Nathan. Even though it's your show.
Tell him, QE, tell him.
For real.
Just come right in like nobody's talking just because it's your show.
Okay, he needs to repeatedly steal the valor of science and reaffirm with his audience that he's talking about science when he's not. That's all he's doing. Yes. He's flapping, basically.
I'm confused how he's getting any flat Earth measurements at all when they have this spherical surface to work with.
That's a good question, Chocolate.
They don't, and that was maybe the critique that we got before the show. So D Rose was saying D Rose's critique of Patrick specifically was to say, when it comes to things like this, elevation angles, why didn't he welcome him to flat Earth every time he made these claims? Now, at that point, I hadn't heard this particular part of it. So, yeah, as much as I hate to critique Patrick, that would have been a point when I was interjecting, saying, welcome to flat Earth, i.e. you'll need a flat Earth for that. Patrick's way of doing things is different to ours at this point. Yeah, that's a valid criticism from D Rose, unfortunately. Unfortunately for Patrick. Minor though it is, considering the pummeling that Toon's taking.
And mind you, it's the only reason why I say things like that, because even though I'm on the panel, I still look at myself as that semi-normie guy that knows more than the other normies, but I've learned from you guys on how to properly do that, how to nip it in the bud, so to speak, if you will. And that's why I recognize those things. If I never came upon you guys, I would think that he's doing a fantastic job, like all of the normies that watch these videos that never saw your show.
Is McBooger Eater somehow trying to say that you can get the height of the sun, stars, anything with elevation angles? If that's what he's doing, I'd like to, McBooger Eater, McBlockhead, I want you to give us the distance to Polaris using triangulation. I would like to see him do that.
Measured the same thing from Israel. He's at 31.35 degrees. He is 6,099 kilometers from the Tropic of Capricorn. The angle to the sun for him, so the angle to the sun for me was 22.5. Angle for him was 36.2.
Ball game over.
Solving that triangle, he gets 4,468 kilometers elevation.
Don't you have a diagram of this that you wanted to show? That would probably really help my audience see what you're showing.
Yeah, I can.
What's solving what triangle? What the hell does that even mean? Let's see you solve that triangle. Let's see if he does it. What a clown.
Kiwi, before he goes into the triangle for the actual height of the sun, which has nothing to do with celestial navigation, they've been saying it's not triangles. Now all of a sudden it's triangles.
No. Hold on, sorry, I need to clarify that. It wasn't actually a they. It was actually just Toon that both said it doesn't use triangles and it is triangles. It's just Toon. It's not a they. It's one man who said both.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Sensible says it's trilateration, not triangulation. And it's like, I've never seen the sextant with a receiver on it that gets a signal from anything.
Trilateration also
Yeah,
needs a
but
flat
it's
earth.
more sort of-
Hold on. Let me get this straight. You're saying Mr. Sensible is also claiming a different flat earth proof in lieu of triangulation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He's
that's
saying,
the trick.
go on, John.
I
That's the
didn't hear
trick.
the answer. What I'm hearing is Mr. Sensible has said, no, your flat earth elevation angles off a flat baseline can be replaced by these other flat baselines in trilateration. That's what I'm hearing. Am I correct or not?
Yes, because you got
Really?
satellite, you got satellite sending a signal, and it's for distances. It doesn't use angles, and so it needs a flat baseline for that thing to ping back off of.
Right. Substituting in another flat earth proof.
That's the trick.
Go ahead, John.
It's more sort of what's going on.
That's the trick. Well, that's the trick. You hold up two flat earth proofs in false dichotomy, and you claim one as a globe proof. That's all they do all the time.
You've said that a few times, but
Celestial navigation.
you've said that a few times, and it's never really, the penny hasn't really dropped what you mean. Now, for the first time, it's probably 6 months of you saying it, the penny has finally dropped. I'm just going to explain what I mean by that in a minute after shouting out Retro Bill. Quick, QE and Nathan, I'm lost. What do I do? Quick, get the height of the star immediately. That's what we need. We're lost.
Wait a second. Maybe somebody on board already knows the height.
Does anybody already know the height of these stars? Quick, ask everybody on board. Lives are at stake. Thanks.
Check the Oakley map.
Let me just get back to John's point because it's more important than the very amusing super chat from Retro Bill, which is on topic, but nevertheless not so pertinent as John's point. Right. John has said multiple times in the past that what they do, this is anti-flat earthers, or unbeknownst to globe believers, they might do this also, is hold up a flat earth proof and then hold up a different flat earth proof that they ascribe to you and will, later down the line, say is wrong and show, according to them, how it's wrong. So that then they can hold up their actual flat earth proof that they have commandeered to be a globe proof. Right, John? Go ahead, fill in the gaps.
Yeah. Yes. So he's holding up celestial navigation as if it's somehow a proof that the Earth's spherical when it's not. It requires angles off a flat plane. Just like the triangulation that he's trying to force on his opponent requires angles off a flat plane. The only conclusion is it requires that it's a flat plane, but he's not going to do that. He's going to say that celestial navigation requires Earth to be a sphere.
Right.
Which is ridiculous.
Right. In other words, there is a trick to that as well. I mean, the angles that are measured through your sextant of the star. So you've got your baseline to the horizon, the GP, which is going to be at 90 as described by Toon, below the star, and then a straight flat baseline back to your position. That's your triangle, right? In triangulation or celestial navigation. Okay. So what Toon will do is say that, no, you didn't actually, he won't say this, but I'm saying it for him. You don't actually measure the arc of the tool that you're holding while standing on the flat plane that you're measuring. That arc is actually Earth's surface. And the arc runs through a baseline from hell that we call the equatorial plane. At the centre of Earth, the angles, like in Eratosthenes' example, going to the centre of Earth, that's where this actually takes place at. So the arc of the tool you're measuring angles to the star isn't really an arc at all. It's a spherical Earth. Not merely your perspective view and the angles thereof through a tool. That's the tool being the surface and you standing in hell at the molten iron core and rotating the globe around you. You understand? That's what they have to do. Now, so long as, without saying it, that slips by someone like Jaren, he can ascribe latitude positions to a globe. You can say these flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris are actually the angle of the tool now replaced by the globe as a sphere, with you at the centre of it. You rotate the globe around because that's how the world works. No, it doesn't. That's the perspective you get of the dome of the heavens. Not a dome for anybody who's out there saying, oh, Nathan said, no, the perspective you are represented with. represents itself from 0 to 180 degrees with 90 at your zenith. That's the dome of your vision. Perspective, in other words. And that's what you measure when you measure these stars. They're not coming to the center of Earth. But every time you see a globe diagram, you'll see angles moving to the center of Earth. Because that's the only way they can take the angle that you measure with the tool and make it into the globe. Put you at the center of it and rotate the globe instead of measure the angle through the tool. That's the trick.
What Toon is doing, Nathan, now what you just said is 100% correct. But what John said is what I was trying to convey earlier. And I've also tried to convey it in the past, but John conveyed it very, very well now. Is that what Toon has just done is Patrick asked him for the height of the sun, right? According to him, according to Toon. Because this was his claim, right? That he could measure the height of the sun, which would be a distance to it. Now that would be in a feet, meters, inches, miles, right? Denomination, let's just say, right? Now what Toon has done is because he wouldn't, he red herringed away from that and tried to give Patrick some kind of a straw man feet and height and meter in inches, meters, and feet to Patrick's son that Patrick never claimed, and now Toon is going to try and claim celestial navigation, which doesn't hijack celestial navigation, which doesn't claim a height to the celestial bodies, and then claim victory when he didn't give the initial thing that Patrick asked him for. He's actually going to not give it by going straight to celestial navigation because they don't claim it. So he tried to do the very thing he's supposed to do.
I just thought you wanted to share your screen, Mike.
No, I had something else. And you got on this. We got on this. This isn't the thing that I had planned. But there, I mean, right there. There's a triangle, right? So we got Minnesota. And we've got the distance of 7918, 761. Hold on. 7619.
Oh, okay. Can you do me a favor and put that triangle back up there again?
Yeah,
Just
give me a second.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So what is the right angle? It's the right angle is one, and then you have the hypotenuse there. What is at the top of the vertical leg of that triangle? What's that demarcation point? So this is this a okay, that's the sun. Great. And then at the right angle itself, where is that?
That's at the Tropic of Capricorn.
Okay. So when you say the sun, do you mean the geographic the point on the Earth where the sun is directly over, or do you mean the sun itself?
Is the GP right here? GP of the sun is the Tropic of Capricorn.
Okay.
So, according to Toon and his diagram, the GP, that's ground position of the sun, is at a right angle to the measured position. This is a triangle as defined by Toon. This is only possible if Earth is flat. If this line was curving away at 8 inches per the mile squared, then it would not be a triangle. Earth must be flat to do what Toon has diagrammed here. Earth is flat.
And then
local solar noon and
navigation.
Pardon?
That's not celestial navigation, though. He's trying to claim that terrestrial angular size applies to the celestial objects, which we all know it doesn't. We don't measure height that way with them, but we still use a flat plane. So that's the okie doke.
Exactly. He's already train wrecked himself, but where's he going with this? Put him back up there. Please keep playing. What the hell?
Okay, and then the line and they're there. So you're taking an angle measurement, and that line is straight.
This line here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And then
and on flat Earth, this is straight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And of course, this is straight.
So on flat, this is straight. No, it's a triangle. They're all straight lines.
So in the diagram that you're using, Toon, it's straight. And according to you, on a flat Earth, it's straight. So, in conclusion, the only problem this poses is if Earth's curving then. Because Earth's flat and the triangle's flat, and you're using this as an example. So Earth is flat then. That's right, it is. You wouldn't be able to get this angle if Earth was curving away from you. It wouldn't be a triangle.
Like 10 seconds. Sorry, Nathan.
I don't know if I can. It doesn't work the same on Rumble. Sorry. We're going to have to plod on.
Well, any right triangle has to have all three sides being flat. They have to be straight.
Yeah. So correct. This is the flat Earth.
So correct. This is you stuttering bitch. You've got a flat Earth proof in your hands, Toon. Yeah, that's right. That's why you're stuttering. Because you know damn well that's what this proves, don't you, Toon? This right angle, yeah, to your position on the ground position, this right angle proves Earth is flat, Toon. You stammering buffoon.
Hypothesis.
Okay.
Right. So when we solve this triangle, right? I'm not going to grill you on doing the trigonometry right now, right? I already did it. It's
what the press?
3-1.
Look, what he's doing here, Key, and you missed it at the beginning, is he said he did two tests. One was Earth's flat, and now he's showing that with the triangle, and he's going to do for the height of the sun or the star on the summer solstice. And then he did another one where it's the Eratosthenes one, where that's the one proves a sphere. So he's holding it in false dichotomy here, but he's got to use triangles in both.
No, what he's doing here is he said he's after just telling Patrick, this is what I've been trying to say. Nathan, please stop playing the video at my crescendos. This is what I've been trying to say. This is what you missed at the end. He's just handing Patrick
all in kilometers there. So there.
We just stop it.
I'm sorry.
He's after just handing Patrick a feet and meters height to a sun that Patrick never claimed. I've done the trigonometry for you. I'm sure you have. There you go.
Can I interrupt?
You can, but yes. Firstly, sorry, Brian. Yes, I realised twice that I did interrupt. You took a pause for breath, and like when the Fundies interrupt me, I took it as you opening up for me to start the video again. So I do apologise. It wasn't intentional the first two times. Go ahead, Adam.
There's a fundamental problem here, and this is born out of Adam's failure. I've put a picture in Master B. The ballers are claiming triangles. There are no triangles. There are parallel lines that never intersect, or their GP and their alignment to the star. So, irrespective of the nature of the baseline, okay, when we've got the GP line to the star and the elevation angle from the observer to the star, those two lines in their model are parallel, as shown in the picture in Master B. There is no triangle for them to invoke. Their lines are parallel. They never meet. So within their mathematics, there is not a point of intersection. Those two, the GP line and the elevation angle should meet at a vertex, yeah, to give you that angle, but they don't in the mathematics that they use. There is no triangle to invoke when you do this on a ball.
That's right, Adam. There's no zenith from the GP to the celestial body within their claims. They turn that into, that GP point is turned in, that line is turned into neither that goes to the center of the globe at the same angle as they've just supposedly measured off a surface of a globe.
Well, all their measurements are derived from flat planes, and what they do with it then is dress it up so that you can think of it as spherical. But every time the flat Earth does reveal itself within it.
No, when they create their tangents and put it on a ball, the consequent of doing so, sorry, a bloody tractor's just passing me. When they put these flat Earth elevation angles that have taken off of a flat plane and they place them onto the surface of their sphere, the net effect is to prohibit the lines ever converging to create an angle at the point where the star is.
Well, that's just stupid.
I know, but it is a consequence of taking flat Earth elevation angles, plotting them onto a ball, and creating tangents. The net result is the only place is in hell that you can align the two things. But but actually at the star, there is no convergence of the two lines, the GP line and the elevation.
Triangle. Well, then it's not a triangle then.
Correct.
That's his
it
point.
Is not a triangle.
That was the point he was making. That was Adam's point. Then it's not a triangle. Okay. Right, yes, that's Adam's point.
Good.
Not only is it Adam's point.
Let's see what he does next.
QE. Not only is it Adam's point, it was Brian's point a couple of weeks ago, and nobody even picked up on it.
Alwyn whispered it to me weeks before.
A year and a half ago. Adam is on.
Stop interrupting my crescendo.
Any more crescendos?
He's retarded.
Yeah, I had something to say.
QE, then Brian. Let's get some order. QE, then Brian. Go ahead, QE.
Okay. McBlockhead McBooger Eater is a stone cold retard. I don't even know why we're even discussing this anymore. I want to see what he puts on, what number he puts on the opposite side. Did he put something over there? On that triangle, on the opposite side of the triangle. What is that? He snuck something in there. I'm looking at it on YouTube. It's, what is that? 3163 what? Cookies. Where'd you get that from, McBooger Eater? What a look at this clown. This is very interesting right here. Maybe he'll tell us. Maybe it's his hypothesis.
He already did. He said he did the trigonometry for Patrick.
It's his
straw man.
It's his straw man false dichotomy stacked up in advance of him making the claim. Patrick's told him he doesn't make this claim, but he's still doing it. He can't. He's such a moron. He can't adapt to the situation. He's still got to go through the motions, a bit like Chaiki, but just a bit less obvious, right? No, you don't have this false dichotomy. No, he's not claiming this height. But what, you're going to put it in front of him anyway and tell him that's how high the flat Earth sun is when you've yourself declared that it changes in elevation, Toon? Yeah, this strawman false dichotomy is absolute garbage, isn't it, Brian?
He's a retard.
You nailed it there, because the whole thing he's doing is he's saying what Patrick has never said, local sun with height known of 31 whatever. Patrick never said that.
Well, see, the thing is, what he's doing now is terrestrial, right? You can do this with a lighthouse. You can do this with objects on the ground.
On a flat Earth.
Yes, on a flat Earth. You need a flat Earth. So it's a flat Earth proof for terrestrial objects. We're not talking about terrestrial objects. We're talking about celestial, which you need an angle, an elevation angle for those to figure out distance along the flat Earth.
Absolutely correct. However, QE's point does override that on a flat Earth also. It's a bit like the trilateration. Figuring out the heights of a lighthouse along a flat baseline. Like you say, John, they're just going to hold up two flat Earth proofs, say that your version in this case of a flat Earth height measurement that he's not claiming and has made that explicitly clear isn't right, so that he can hold up his version of celestial navigation on a flat Earth as being for the globe when he puts that protractor in the middle of Earth. It's a joke, isn't it?
You remember when Adam showed Al Biruni doing the same thing with the mountain?
Right.
Same thing.
Yeah, differential calculation between eye level and surface level, which is flat.
What they're doing is they're denying triangulation is used in celestial navigation, and trying to hand us trigonometry, whereas nobody's claiming trigonometry for the right-angled triangles in celestial navigation.
And if we were, it would still require a flat Earth anyway.
Are you crazy, Arwen?
Good point. I communicated it a couple of times in the chat.
Appreciate it.
Well, is QE different than QE dead? I mean, what's the...
No, I changed the date on my show to today instead of Tuesday, so we're going to do that.
Is this considered the Thursday edition?
For all my intent for wanting to educate the general populace en masse about the scientific method and appealing to Jaren to do that on our behalf. I forgot to plug your bloody show, which is specifically about that. I am so sorry. I had every intention of doing that during the live show, and I didn't. My bad.
It's no big deal. No big deal. You know that I don't care about that stuff.
Well, I do. You may not, but I do. I do want people to understand fallacies and the scientific method. So, yeah.
I'd like to do that a couple of times, Nathan. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
You could have, but the show was such an echo chamber.
Then you could solve that. You can get the straight line distance to the sun too. You can solve all the angles in the triangle then. So there you go. That's the flat Earth hypothesis based on the real world measurements.
Yes, that's right.
He's a retard, and I gotta go for a few minutes.
Yeah, but he is giving you the flat Earth hypothesis, even though he doesn't know what one is, for Patrick on his behalf, without being asked, after being told he doesn't have a claim in this regard and not backing his own claim.
It's in Minnesota.
I'm still not seeing a measure of any curvature of the Earth.
We're not there yet.
Okay, please keep.
Not there yet. Sorry, we're measuring Earth. We're measuring it flat. We're measuring it with right angles. We're measuring it with flat baselines. Earth must be flat to do this. We're not at the sphere bit yet. What is this, a Timotei commercial? Here comes the sphere bit after repeatedly measuring Earth flat. This is a measurement of a flat Earth, but you're going to add sphere to it after? Yeah, he is, yeah. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Keep going.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, then.
After measuring a flat Earth.
I'll do the same triangle for
a flat Earth.
Israel.
Flat Earth. That's what you'll do.
He's
what
got
he's going to do.
36 points.
What he's
Damn it.
What he's actually... Oh, my bad. Did you pause it?
No, I didn't.
With
I
a very distant sun. Then, sphere. With a very distant sun. Then...
Trying to find the right part.
Pause.
I am pausing. I accidentally pressed the bar. The bar's on Rumble right next to the pause button. So you accidentally pressed the... So I've gone right back to the beginning. So I don't know what bloody timestamp I was supposed to be at now. So we're probably going to...
You've done it a number of times, man.
No worries. No worries. Eli, go, and then I'll go after you. Go.
Thank you, Toon. Yeah, see, he's going to do exactly what the globe proponents have only been trying. Like, this is all they've ever tried to do. He's going to put up some type of nonsensical way of doing things, give that to the flat earther and say, look, here's a result that you wouldn't have expected. And the reason for that is because it must be a globe. He's never going to actually prove it. I guarantee you.
All right. So he said at the beginning, that he was going to use the Eratosthenes method. Then when Patrick said, okay, what are you going to assume? He says, I'm not assuming anything. Okay, which means doublespeak. Now he's making a transition from his flat Earth hypotheses to his round Earth hypotheses. And guess what slips out of his mouth? And you got to play the last 3 seconds or so. He says, okay, well, the flat Earth one had that local sum, but the one I'm doing now for the round Earth, it's no distance. He's assuming. What's the...
When you do an Eratosthenes type measurement, all observers must get the same radius of the Earth or circumference of the Earth within a margin of error.
Okay. So I did the math on a sphere of radius 3,959 statute miles. And using high school trig, simple planar geometry, using a cross-section of the Earth, it shows that if the Earth is a sphere of that radius...
You don't use planar geometry of a sphere, you moron.
Right?
Yeah, I must critique Patrick there.
He's about to bring on the Black Swan 1.22. That's what he's about to do.
Yeah, but I critique him. He says the cross section of the Earth. You should critique it with the globe Earth. I know I understand where he's going, but that's not. He's moving away from an argument that's one critique I have on him. The argument that's going on there right now, he has Toon destroyed on that argument, and he doesn't realize it.
Okay,
he doesn't need to go to the Black Swan.
You guys are right, and I'm glad this was done in the after show because we are being hypercritical of Patrick, and it's fair. I'm sure Patrick's not that sensitive that he wouldn't just take this on the chin and go, okay, fair enough. You are right. But I'm just glad that this didn't make it into the live show. Sorry, Patrick.
That any distance to horizon has to be about 1.225 miles times the square root of the
Tenth called it.
observer's height in feet. Or
why are you changing the topic?
Mike,
why are you changing the topic?
Sorry, let me get it straight.
Like you did how many times?
Yeah, like we went around the do-si-do for 20 minutes with you, but he's not allowed to take us onto the Black Swan. No, he's talking about elevation angle measurements, and now he's talking about the Black Swan. What's the problem? Do you not like it? Scared?
We know what the problem is.
There's going to be a problem. It's just this happens to be the problem he's picked, right?
You totally just ditched the topic that you specifically asked me to present evidence on.
So when giving hypotheses and naturally observed phenomena for your experiments, that's different, right? One standard for me and one standard for thee. Right, Toon?
Notice the reaction, because isn't that what the globe, the distance to horizon measurement is? 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Shouldn't he just say, yeah, it is?
Good point.
In all fairness, this was a red herring to the previous topic. He should not have went there.
We've already called him on it. We can't keep calling him on the same thing, John. That's a bit unfair. But yes.
Well, to give Patrick a little bit of well, maybe it was unintentional, but what he's actually done is just walked away from a table of three-card Monte, because that's what was going on. It's like, logically, if he understood the situation, he could just walk away, because Toon is just trying to build a straw man. It's just a three-card Monte. We let that go and walk away. Do you know what I mean? Why would he stay there?
Yeah.
I just love the response. It's the most telling thing about this.
Yeah, Toon knows he's about to get annihilated.
Right. But see, he already put the money down for three-card Monte. Why are you going to walk away from it? You know, like, you've already paid the money, ride to ride, and point out the problems in the argument. Don't move to something else.
No, I agree. He shouldn't have done what he's about to do. But Toon is very unhappy because his straw man has just gone nowhere, and now he's bound to have to support
I was going to say,
geometric horizon.
Correct, Brian. It's 6 of one and a half dozen of the other, John, because on the one hand, he could just continue with the straw man that Toon is inevitably, probably, say inevitably, maybe he'll get to build it at the end of this if he just continues on that line. And maybe he's just decided it's not worth it and just decided to drop it like Brian's suggesting. In which case, it's like I say, 6 of one and a half dozen of the other. You could go either way with it, right? As much as you are correct, strictly speaking, yeah, you should have just kept your tenacity on this subject, on the previous subject, I should say. But on the other hand, look at Toon's annoyance that he's not going to get that chance to build that straw man. He's fuming about it, isn't he? So on the other hand, you go, maybe that was a smart move.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe Patrick is more comfortable with that argument, with the Black Swan.
I don't demean him like
that.
Look, I'm sure he's not just
segued
away because of his comfort level.
Not in an insulting way. Just like maybe that's more his wheelhouse than what they were talking about before. Maybe he knows he's been sitting at a table playing three-card Monte with this dude, and he's trying to bring him on another level. So I think it's smart, but hey, that's just
me. Like I say, let's move on.
I'm halfway through it, and you're like, let's go off into another direction.
I'm not going to let
Why did you do that, Patrick?
I'm not going to let you lecture for 45 minutes without even.
You asked me, Patrick. You asked me to give you this information, and I'm generously giving it to you.
Okay.
Patrick, FE stands for not flat Earth, but free education, Patrick. You are receiving free education. Be grateful, man.
I would slap the shit out of this dude.
It's you're a shocking guy. So it's
yeah, well, I mean, we gave him our hyper critique, and now look how chuffed Toon is about it. So, yeah, John, yeah, I'm going to side with you. Look how Toon's delighted.
Let me get some Toon shake.
Let me celebrate this one win I've got in a massive series of losses, because really, that's the only standard for a Glober, right? If this was the entirety of the debate and it ended now, all any flat earther would focus on would be this: there's the victory. Globe wins. Earth's globe. That's all they need. Their standards are so low that minor point being won by Toon would be enough for them.
And here,
I know that. Yeah, go ahead, my friend. So I'll ask the question again. Yeah, just laugh it up. Just go ahead, get it out there. All right. So anyway, and then the curvature measured, which I did all the trig for, the curvature measured would have a drop over a distance of n miles of 8 inches times the square of the number of miles out to a certain length. And then you just expand the Taylor series a little bit further.
What's the next term in the Taylor series?
I don't know. I don't have it off the top of my head. That's why why we did the Taylor series in the first place. I had an entire video producing the trigonometric function, and then I generated the Taylor series using an applet that I got off of. I have the Taylor series. I have a 25-minute video going through it step by step. The point is, it's 8 inches per mile squared. Now, that is not demonstrated by physical observations.
Oh, well, I would be glad to show that to you. Give me a second here. I'll pull.
Sure.
Sorry, did you not just show us how you were measuring angles? And how those triangles that are used need flat baselines?
Let up, and then I'll share my screen. Hopefully I can share my screen.
A new example that isn't the one he just used that needed a flat earth, right? To show the curve that wasn't there in the angle measurement you just took? I see.
Hang on. He's going to be glad to show us the geometric horizon, which no one sees and is below surface level.
Screen now. So I'm going to do this. Can you do this while I'm pulling this up?
Figured out what's happened. I feel really bad for Patrick now. He was just a heartbeat ahead of the game to his detriment, wasn't he? You know what I mean?
Yeah. He should have been a lot more patient and let McToon get to the flat Earth proof that he was going to claim spherical.
Yeah. In this instance, Toon's gone there within a couple of beats of the discussion, hasn't he? So whether or not Patrick has now essentially gone off half-cocked is the only expression I can think of to describe what's just happened, which may mean that he can't fire the gun the next time it comes to the end of this example where Toon starts claiming a geometric sphere edge. Because he's already tried to go to the black swan and Toon's had a good laugh about it being a change of subject. Strictly speaking, absolutely correct. And he lost a point for it. Patrick did. But now, Toon has taken that opportunity to launch back into his assertion that would be overcome by the black swan. So actually, to Toon's credit, that's quite a smart move in terms of just debating tactics. Get straight into your use of the geometric sphere edge after decrying the use of the black swan for being a segue. I'll give you a point for that, Toon. That was smart. Doesn't mean you'll win. It doesn't mean Earth's a sphere, but it does mean that you're smarter than you might come across in terms of your tactic for immediately now going to the geometric horizon after slapping down the black swan. Smart on your part, Toon.
What would be the linear?
First thing I thought when I saw this posted last night that it was going on or whatever is, why is Patrick debating MC Toon? I could be wrong, but I would say MC Toon headhunted him because he knew that Patrick maybe wasn't up on celestial navigation like we are. And that's why when it got to trigonometry and talking about celestial navigation and celestial light, Patrick didn't hold him the task on it because Patrick may not know, he actually may not know that they're using triangulation in celestial navigation, which is triangles, but they're not using trigonometry for the celestials. Right? They will for lighthouse, but not for celestials.
I know that's
at that
not the
point,
case.
Patrick moved off, I reckon, because he didn't know.
I've got to stop you because I know that isn't the case because I've had those discussions with Patrick. So I know he does know that. Unfortunately, that's old water based on my personal experience with Patrick. So no, I know he does know that.
I watched the whole video. He stated, this is even better. He stated that when he saw Jaron and McToon, he saw a civil McToon. So he says, all right, I want to talk to him if he's going to be this way. By the end of this debate, he changed his mind, and he even said that. He says, the guy's a jerk. He's a this, he's a that. Look at the way he was condescending. And so this is where McToon smells blood and starts changing his tactics to demean and talk down and be rude, as Patrick says, once he has a time to summarize the debate once it's over.
Drop in feet over 0.48 miles.
A half mile?
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not measuring at 0.48 miles. I want to use the trig function if you're using something that small.
Well, no, that's that small. The approximation is perfectly fine.
Fine. 0.25 times 0.25, which is the square of 0.48 roughly. So just call it 0.5 squared is 0.25 times 8, so 2 inches. But it's just it's not big enough to matter for any measurements.
Well, if an instrument is accurate enough to measure that, then it certainly can. But let's start with that, okay?
No, I'm not going to start with that. That's a.
Can I ask a question, please?
You can just. I just want to also critique Patrick. Surely it's quantitative over qualitative, regardless of if it's 2 inches. Can't have any, can it? Maybe I'm missing something. Go ahead, Neil.
First of all, why are they doing math? Second of all, isn't it funny how McToons will not come to this show? The only time they come is to give out some stupid awards. I don't get it.
Ridiculous statistic to start at. How about this? How about the expected curvature over 10 miles?
Well, you asked me. The topic is what evidence do we have, and so I have prepared. This is what I've prepared. I have 4 points that I've prepared. This is number 3, and you went to asking about the specific. Specifically, you want 8 inches per mile squared drop.
Sitting there claiming you can find the exact height of the sun, which is ridiculous.
I'm happy, Patrick, to give you a measurement of linear drop from a horizontal tangent. That's what it is.
We already have a way to compute it.
And I'm ready to, we do have a way to compute it. And you already gave me the number. Okay.
So over 10 miles?
No, 0.5 miles.
Okay.
I have a real measurement.
2 inches.
Notice how
I have a real measurement that has been done that I can cite by somebody that can do the precision and actually do the standard deviation, the mean of the standard deviation, all of the appropriate measurements and the verification that his measurements are precise. I have that, right?
I'm not.
You want a translation of what
I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, share your screen.
Yeah, go on if you want to translate that, John. Go ahead.
I'm going to take actual feet, translate them into an angular measure an angular measure, but not apply anything correctly. That's what he meant.
And I'm going to use the word precise in order to talk about a distance that would give me a curvature that's what's the word they like? Negligible. That's why he's scared to death to go to 10 miles, because that would be significantly more curvature to deal with than half a mile. Is that what he's trying to do right now? Yeah.
There'll be a familiar name coming.
I'm sorry, I'll just say it again. It doesn't make any difference how far it is. If it's claimed to be curving, it will never afford you a straight line, ever.
That's right.
But it does make that difference to them, though. That's why he's doing that.
Okay, but the difference it makes to them is I can and will use this short distance flat. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I need it to be short so it can be flat. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. I don't care how short you need it to be to make it flat. You need it flat. That's because it's flat. Do something that shows how curvy it is.
No,
exactly,
we're not doing that.
Well, like I'm
the example.
You're going to have a Brian. You're going to have real quick. You're going to have a fun time when you figure out who he's citing here and the name that's going to come up.
Yeah, I know who he's citing. I know he's pointing to Red's Rhetoric, probably more than likely, and Astronomy Live. And he's trying to give the impression that there was only a very tiny amount of curvature, so it didn't matter. Not being honest about it, which is that they actually, even on that small distance, they treated it as absolutely horizontal flat.
Precisely. It's not quantitative. It doesn't matter how much curve there isn't. Toon needs it to be flat and is arguing for the short distance so he can use it flat. So it's got to be flat. Just highlight that. It's got to be flat then. Okay, welcome to flat Earth. No, it's not very much curve. Well, how much? None, you say. Needs to be flat, you say. Must form a triangle, you say. Okay, welcome to flat Earth. Weren't you supposed to be giving us globe examples, not negating any curve so you can use a flat Earth example? Get on with proving the curvature. Don't apologise for how flat you need it to be, because I couldn't care less. I'll just welcome you to flat Earth.
screen, but really seriously, stop filibustering. We're going to get the gist, and then we're going to talk about the fact that it must be such over all such distances. And then we're going to talk about lengthy distance, which has been demonstrated over and over again. And then go ahead, share your screen.
All right, I'm working on here. Just give me a second. All right, so there is, let me see here. There we have, this is by Jesse Kozlowski, who's a surveyor. He's out on the East Coast. And so here is a view through his theodolite across the lake. And so we're going to do the setup so that this just is a sample of what he's looking at through the theodolite. You got the crosshairs there. A little hard to see in that picture, but you can find these on my website if you want.
Okay, so just so we're clear about what we're seeing, because you guys can't see in the chat or in G+, we've got a picture of, I'm going to assume it's a lake, some bushes in the distance.
With two theodolites at 0.48 or 47 miles or something like that.
Correct. You'll know what it is.
Yeah, that's the show I did on Jesse Kozlowski about 4 years ago, and we laughed at him because hashtag shit shrinks.
Shit shrinks.
I know. Thank you for ruining the punchline for the audience who hasn't seen that 4 years ago. I just need to summarize what we're looking at. We'll get there, I promise. But yes, thank you for ruining the punchline. Okay, we're looking at a lake. Got crosshairs on the edge of the lake where the bushes start. So the end of the water, the start of the bushes, that's where his crosshairs are pointing. That's what's in the picture, just so we're all clear.
Just mctoon.net and then search for Jesse. So here's the place where he was at. This is across a short portion of the lake. He did 2 of these, so we'll get into the second one. So he's using water as the measurement device, as the, if the earth is flat, then water must be flat. If the earth is curved, then water must be curved. So
I always use water as my measuring device.
From that, anyway,
what the hell kind of retard stuff is that, dude? Stop it. He's using water as his measuring device? Come again? You retard. What the hell does that even mean?
Sounds like he's using water as a level, because he's now distinguishing that if Earth is flat, then the water would be flat.
Yeah. What is he? Do people often use large bodies of water, ponds and lakes for measuring devices? McBugger eater, you McBlockhead. You're an incoherent dumbass, dude. My God.
Strictly speaking, according to LIGO, yes, LIGO claims to have established their level with a great big body of water that they dug out. But other than that, I can't think of another example.
It's not a measuring device, though. You follow?
Absolutely.
Well, hold on. What would you call it then? A reference tool? I mean, what would you call it in the case of LIGO?
A level reference.
Yeah. Not a device. You think a body of water is a device?
Oh, that's the word you're taking umbrage with. No.
Now, both of them put together.
Measuring vertical elevation right off the water.
Go on, Brian.
Yeah, for the audience, just so they know, back in 2016, around the same time as QE editing, I didn't know QE at the time, with Jesse Kozlowski, I held Jesse Kozlowski to task on these images, on these observations for 4 days. It took 4 days of non-stop across YouTube comments to get Kozlowski to admit that he didn't take angular size into account. So just so the audience knows that. He never took angular size into account. So that means he ignored perspective and just claimed Earth curve.
Yes. They all do. All the surveyors don't know that hashtag shit shrinks at distance. They don't know that. They are retards, people.
Yeah.
Simple.
Water, and he put this target. This is a target here that you're looking at, right above the water, and he measured the height of it based on he's got this level that he used right there. You see that level? So use that level to transfer the elevation of the water to the target.
So you used level. Okay.
Told you.
Measured the target, went to the other side, measured his theodolite. Here's his theodolite. He's got the theodolite at the same elevation above the water as the target.
So the elevation above the water is the same for both theodolites. So there is no drop between the two theodolites then. So they're on the same plane, they're on the same level, according to him. Welcome to Flat Earth. So he's leveled both theodolites with reference to the same ground that's flat then. Because if the ground from one position with one theodolite is falling away, then they can't be on the same level. Because they aren't level if the ground's curving.
No, within their begging the question fallacy, within that fallacy that he was committing, both levels were taking off of the heights were taken for the theodolites were taken off of the water at the theodolite, right underneath the theodolite. So he's taking the height of the one across the lake off of the water right at the theodolite, and the same for the one he's looking in through. So then he's pre-assuming that the reason that the other one is lower in the distance is because it's going over the curve of the water. This is what
Yeah, we know what they're doing, but they're retarded, right? So he's gonna look through one theodolite to the other theodolite, and it's gonna be lower in his crosshairs. But if you walk around to the other side of the lake and look through that theodolite back to the one you just looked at, it's gonna be lower too. So what you got a paradox. You can't on one hand have one be higher and one be lower, and then the opposite, the vice versa, happens when you go look at the other one. You are retarded, Jesse Kozlowski, and so are you, McBugger Eater. You're morons. Thank you.
This is the target we're looking at right here. He's leveled them all.
Hang on. This is the same thing with telephone poles in the vanishing point, as well as clouds touching the sea, when we know it's still 10,000 feet above the sea as it is above us. This is so simple to debunk.
This is what they got.
There's the theodolite. He's ready to go. There's the theodolite. He looks right through it. And then we've got a few more pictures. All right, let me get to the good stuff is coming here. Here it is. This is... Did that? Yep. All right. So there it is. This is the actual the worksheet that he did then. This is the measurements that he did, and then he's put them into this worksheet here. So you've got, he did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different measurements. And you see there miles 0.48, it's 0.48 miles. And then the curve drop from horizontal plane at standpoint, 0.15 feet. Right, so
roughly 2 inches.
Yeah.
So what
you can't use feet. You got to use kilometers. It's science.
Okay, guys, thank you.
Right.
Okay, so what we've got on the diagram that he's presented now, it doesn't represent what he showed us through the theodolite. So what he had through the theodolite was a view of the world as it represents itself to us, with things getting smaller into the distance. Now, what this diagram does is remove that aspect of the observation. So in this diagram, there is no difference in terms of the size of the two observation points in the diagram based on their distance apart from one another. In other words, it doesn't make one theodolite get smaller if you write on one of these lines 30 miles or 3,000 miles or 30,000 miles or 3 million miles. The size of each theodolite in the diagram does not change, because this orthographic representation does not have perspective. It doesn't represent the angular size change for each theodolite. Hashtag shit shrinks. But they reposition your point of view to see the side of both observation points at the same time, when in reality, the observation points are of each other with perspective in the view. But that is no longer what we are looking at. This does not represent what the observation showed. It's an orthographic view that removes perspective.
Well, that's fine. Did he invoke, maybe y'all already covered this, he invoked a horizontal plane and level.
Yes.
For this example.
Yes, he did.
Was he challenged on that?
No, he wasn't.
That's a problem.
There it is. So there it is. Like I said, a measurement of a horizontal drop.
All right.
From a tangent.
All right.
Yeah, horizontal drop. So with respect to the horizontal that will be established, there's your flat earth proof. You've got a differential between your eye level when represented as a perspective view and the surface level when diagrammatically represented in orthographic view. So what he's done is a differential calculation between the flat surface, that would be level, and his view, eye level and surface level.
He left out the word apparent. Instead of saying the apparent drop from horizontal, he said the horizontal drop, leaving out the word apparent.
My bad.
Because as soon as he says apparent, no critique on you, because you were correctly right in what you said. As soon as he says apparent, he's invoking perspective. And that would mean, this is why Kozlowski didn't want to admit that he didn't do an angular size measurement. Because as soon as he said, I did do angular size measurement, that meant he used a horizontal baseline. Do you know what I mean? So he could never admit to that. So they always keep out little words like apparent, they keep those out because that means it's not actual, it's only angular. You know, they're always like that.
All right, so you have a surveyor who found a drop that fell in line.
I'll give you the second one. I'll go past it.
I am going to start speaking now.
I'm
Okay?
almost done. Hold on, I'm almost done, buddy. He did it again because you didn't like the short one. So here, I'll give you the long one. I mean, I could have waited for you to say you wanted it longer and then like sprung it on you, but I'm not going to do that. Here it is. This is the same worksheet. 1.38 miles, curve drop 1.28 feet. You do the Pythagorean theorem, you're going to find it's the correct drop from horizontal tangent. Okay, there you go.
Let me get a triangle.
Okay.
You moron. You don't get
From that
triangles
mathematics,
from
8 inches times the square of the distance in miles. It follows that over a longer distance, that the distance to any horizon geometrically can be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is agreed by.
Okay, but you're not going to address the evidence that I just gave you?
No, it's a particular instance. This is a universal property of spheres. It has to measure that way always. Okay. And if it doesn't, then it falsifies the notion that we're on a sphere of claimed radius.
Well, I gave you 2 specific measurements that were very precise. Just for reference, measurements have units. Measurements have numbers. And good measurements have an error of a margin of error analysis like this one does.
And requires geometric principles like level be adhered to, which is what you've utilized when you use your differential calculation between the surface level and the eye level of the observer through the theodolite, represented in this format, orthographic view, to remove the aspects of perspective that Jesse Kozlowski herself was hammered on over 4 years ago.
It was actually 7 years ago, but it don't matter. But the point is that it is over 4 years ago, right? I shouldn't critique you on that. The point is that the actual way in surveying to measure elevation changes, which is what is being claimed here, is an elevation change, is through the process of rise over run. Rise is verticals that are parallel to each other, and run is horizontals that are parallel to each other as a horizontal distance between 2 parallel verticals, right? Now, that is not how you measure elevation changes in surveying. What he did there has nothing to do with an elevation change in surveying. So how come, I suppose, a professional retired geodetic surveyor wouldn't use rise over run to prove there was an 8 inches per mile square drop? Because he knows that as soon as he does that, he'll have to use parallel verticals and parallel horizontals and horizontal distances, which ruins his argument.
Correct, because he'll need a flat earth for them. But this is why the terminology is as such for the calculation that they utilize, which is begging the question, i.e. it's assuming Earth's a sphere in the first instance, as Patrick managed to get the concession of. Proof of nothing, because it's already assumed the outcome. Perspective hijacking Earth curve calculation. Well, that's the bit we're into now. We're into the watching something drop into the distance because shit shrinks, and then putting it in an orthographic view and saying, no, when you ignore perspective and hijack the effect, It's actually because the thing's dropping over a geometric sphere edge horizon. So it's the perspective hijacking aspect of the curve calculator that's being argued about by Toon. As tired and as dusty and as debunked as it is.
Okay. So I'd like you to at least acknowledge what I've said. So if you find me instances where so-called measured drop is in 2 inches, which in my opinion is too small to be statistically significant.
Well, you're the math guy, right? So I mean, you could actually look at the analysis that he did there to see if he is imprecise or not.
It doesn't matter. It's 2 specific measurements. It has to be true for all measurements because.
Okay. Do you have quality measurements like I have over distances that are larger?
Yes, I do. I mean, we've got the
units,
black swan at
units
this point.
and units and numbers and a margin of error analysis.
I know that anything that is 100 miles away can't be viewed.
Okay, it sounds like a no. Sounds like you don't have units, numbers, and a margin of error analysis.
Well, I mean, we've got the.
Yeah, where he missed
Can you
that
just
beat.
pause a second, Nathan?
Oh, yeah, I can. I'll go first. So where
You
we
go
said
ahead.
he missed a beat earlier, right? Just then, in between Toon's example, he said, we've got the black swan in a high-pitched voice, did Patrick. And that was where Toon had won by stealing the thunder. Because really, that should be absolutely bashed over his head at this point. But Toon's managing to dilute it quite successfully. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I just want to totally agree with you there. Toon has absolutely avoided that and bobbed and weave away from that. He hasn't been hit with that at all. But what was said there by Patrick is that a measured drop, right? But a measured drop is a measured drop. That doesn't make the distance between your position and that drop an arc length. A measured drop can be apparent, like angular size change, which is used all the time, what theodolites are designed to do. One of their purposes is to measure angular sizes of objects in the distance, requiring a horizontal plane between those, the observer and the object, right? But a measured drop has nothing to do with anything. You've got to prove that you've measured an arc length. That's what you've got to prove. Right. That matches your globe.
Yeah, I mean, the response that could be given here is to example how things shrink into the distance. In other words, you standing next to a high-rise building, you've got to arc your head almost to 90 degrees to look at it at pretty much your zenith, just off, because you're right next to it. Well, as you back away from the building, it gets lower towards the ground because Earth's a sphere, which is what Toon is claiming. Or is it because you're backing away from it and it's getting smaller physically? No, buildings don't physically get smaller. So what's happening here? Hashtag shit shrinks. The theodolite on the other side of the lake has gotten smaller, but they're claiming that it's dropped over a sphere Earth surface. That's what they're claiming, whilst they ignore perspective in orthographic view.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's the margin of error with a football bat? Our margin of error analysis is just great of a football bat. Yeah, it is. You friggin' bozo.
Why does stating an amount that your measurement is incorrect by add extra validity to your measurement?
Yeah.
Because it sounds cooler.
Yeah,
Black Swan. I've got that.
Yeah, they have to state that because they know that no measurement is ever going to match the globe, right? So they have to state they're working within a margin of error because they know there's always going to be an error because no measurement ever matched it, ever. And now part of the reason there's an error is because
no, I've got to defend Toon in this regard. He's saying my measurements are more accurate because of my how much their not accurate assessment has been done.
Exactly. That's what I'm hearing. He seems to be adding validity to the quality of the measurement because he knows it's wrong in the first place and not accurate. So by admitting the inaccuracy, he somehow validates the figure more.
So it's the rocket launches off the launch pad and explodes, and one mathematician comes along and calls it a success because he's got extensive data on the margin of failure. Therefore, total success.
Yes, it's a retard circle jerk. That's what it is.
Hold that right
the black
up.
swan, the black swan that the sun could never set if the Earth were flat.
No,
that black swan. I mean, that's a black swan.
Why are you? Why are you?
8 billion people see the sun
Every time I talk, you just
planet.
chatter through everything I say. This is a very difficult. I'd really appreciate it if you'd let me talk for just a little bit. You know?
All right, good. Go ahead.
Thanks. So now I'm going to have to say this again, unfortunately, but if the Earth is a sphere of radius 3,959 English statute miles, then all distances to horizon can be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. These are two oil platforms. These oil platforms are at distances of 6.21 miles and 9.41 miles. And this camera is at a height of 1 foot of elevation. Well, 1 foot, well, the square root of 1 foot is 1 times 1.225. These oil derricks are 9 miles and 6 miles. And if you'll look, the horizon is even further. That is impossible on the surface of a sphere of stated radius. And we have countless such examples. Telling me that some surveyor measured 2 inches of drop in 2 instances is a laughable thing to claim as proof that you live on the ball. I will let you go ahead and do what you do.
All right, excellent.
That's a great point.
Well,
that's a great
you
point,
say
isn't it? Just what he's laid down there. It is totally laughable that they're claiming over that distance. They're now asking what his margin of error is, because there's no way over that distance that theodolite is that accurate. So he can't claim the thing he's trying to invoke because of his margin of error. It's a good point from Patrick there.
But that's why he was so hesitant to go. He exploded when Patrick tried to go to the Black Swan, but he was okay with going to 8 inches per mile square, so he could do his bullshit mathematics and give his margin of error instead of addressing where the geometric horizon should be and where it must be, at least for a globe of 3959 miles.
Well, just real quick on the red herring.
Just to stay on that, on the margin of error. Yeah, the amount that he's measuring isn't measurable. Fundamentally, he can't measure what he's claiming to measure. His equipment isn't accurate enough to do the measure, to make his calculations after the fact valid or applicable.
Wouldn't the percentage of claimed Earth curve over the distance measured, even though it's very short, and the negligible, as you put it, chocolate amount of Earth curve that would be incorporated, wouldn't that negligible amount of Earth curve sit within the margin of error at that distance anyway?
Yeah. The issue is when you go to the Black Swan, that we're arguing about whether or not, let's give him a foot, let's give him the full foot, pretend he's measured it over a distance. But the reason he's dodging the Black Swan is 2 inches within the margin of error. He can wish away. But what he can't wish away is that horizon that suddenly means his R value is 250,000 miles. Now, that far exceeds the image from reality, far exceeds anything that he can mitigate for margin of error, because it puts his R value at 250,000 miles. That's what Patrick's got him on, and he'll try to pull away from that. But the Black Swan picture negates any margin of error and demonstrates that if you're going to invoke the horizon as the leading edge of a ball, in this case, we now have an R value of this.
Yeah, well, I did like
Hold on, Brian. John, then Brian.
I did like his red herring, though, that about the sun being a black swan, because if you're going to formulate it, the angle to the sun over a flat plane could never reach 0 over a flat plane.
Yes,
that was
a good point.
Supposed to be a smoke bomb.
I like the fact that currently you're on this tip of examples that make my statement true, John. All roads lead to a flat Earth. All globe proofs will utilize a flat Earth. This example, in false dichotomy, held up by a straw man by the globe proponent, requires a flat Earth. It's epic. All roads truly do lead to a flat Earth.
I 100% agree, because they have to. I mean, if the Earth is not a globe and the Earth is flat, then everything has to be used by. They have to use a flat plane. There's no way to do anything without it. Right?
But that's not what he was trying to do. Sorry, Brian. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, you say your thing, and I'd say I just want to back up at it.
That was because on John's point, like that's why he was doing that. Right? I get what you're saying, but his whole thing was supposed to be like a smoke bomb distraction. What black swan are you talking about? This other black swan that you're not actually talking about? The something about the sun setting? Yeah, that black swan, not the one that actually Patrick is trying to bring up, which is destroying him right now.
Yeah,
Or
but that's like
diversionary tactics.
But that's like hitting yourself in the face with a spade shovel so somebody don't hit you with a boxing glove. Like, what?
If I put a theodolite on two theodolites, one on the first oil platform and one on the second, and we apply the same mathematics that Toon's used, his argument falls apart. As I said, his margins of error can be 10 times bigger. He can have as big a margin of error as he wishes, but that horizon means his mathematics has to incorporate 250,000 mile R value. It destroys his margin of error claim, which allows him to build it on a ball, from reality, not from calculation. The picture from reality destroys his claim and his mitigation with the margin of error.
Geometric horizon. How do you measure a geometric horizon? You must measure it geometrically, must you not?
We already did.
How did you geometrically?
This is a burden of proof reversal failure. So what Toon's now doing is saying, how do you measure your geometric? No, that's your Earth curve, Toon. You know, Patrick doesn't have a claim about this. You claim it's Earth curve. It's in your examples.
Measure the geometric
based upon the assumed size of the globe by the globe believers.
Okay.
Exactly.
And how did you geometrically measure that?
Why are you asking him? He's not a globe believer. Did you not listen to what he just said? Your claim, Dumbo. Why are you asking Patrick to prove your geometric horizon? That's Earth curve. It's not his claim, you stupid moron.
With trig.
Okay, trig isn't a measurement device. Did you use a ruler? Did you use a giant girder system?
Is he talking about?
What was the
What in the fuck are you talking about, McBooger Eater? Is he asking Patrick for the measurement to the geometric horizon on his sphere? Is that what he's fucking doing?
Yes, even though he's just been given it. He's just been given it and had it disproved. And now he's asking, well, where'd you get the geometric horizon measurement? I want it with a ruler. No. It's claimed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in your geometric begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve maths that Patrick just debunked with the picture he just put up. Now you're asking him to measure your geometric sphere edge as a defense. That's what you've got.
Measurement device to geometrically measure.
Quickly.
To measure the distance.
He just stated that trig is not a measuring device, right, or a way of measuring, right? The distance. But isn't trig what Kozlowski was supposed to have used?
Yes.
Across the lake?
Yes.
Yeah.
The platform hill house?
And didn't McBooger Eater just use it in his train wreck height of the sun?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The geometric measurement. How did you geometrically measure?
How did Patrick measure the geometric position of Earth curve as the horizon? You utter fuckwit, Toon. It's your claim. Unbelievable spastic.
Measure the distance to the horizon.
He's now asking Patrick for the distance to the horizon. Unbelievable.
Hold on. There's something good in this. Like from now on, when McToon brings up the height of the sun, you just have to play his own words back to him.
Good point. You were going to trim that out, Toon. When you decry the measurement that you use to claim distance to the sun, the one that Reds used, we'll play your own words back to you, you stupid spastic. Well done. Like all of them, they end up contradicting themselves so you can use their own bloody words against them. That's how stupid and low standards they are.
Nobody made a measurement to that horizon. We just know that horizon is further than both the platform habitat and the platform hill house.
Patrick, you made a point that it's 1.225 times the observer's height in feet to the geometric horizon. So I'm just asking.
That's your claim, Toon, you utter fuckwit!
You retard! God!
You are the stupidest man on the internet, Toon. You are telling a flat earther that when he presents your claim back to you, that's his claim. You're as stupid as the people in my comment section who tell us that when we present the modus tollens argument that if Earth were a sphere, as you, McToon, claim, at radius 3959 miles, as you, McToon, claim, then every distance to the horizon that you claim is Earth curve could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and the distance to the horizon is beyond the distance your geometric Earth curve has to be. Response from Toon. Where did you measure my geometric horizon? What's next? Are you going to tell him? Tell Patrick that the P statement in modus tollens, that's if Earth were a sphere, is a straw man? Is that going to be the next thing that Toon does because he's so stupid to not recognise when he's having his own claim put back at him?
Nathan, when I listened to this last night, I had the same response you all had today. And I knew you all would jump at this point of this video playback. However, as we know, it's such a devastating point, and the tactic is what's smart if you're a dumb Globie who follows the tactic and not see what it is, because it's their claim. But by the way he throws it back at Patrick, he diffuses the total globe destruction. So we're all calling McToon stupid, which we know he is. But at the same time, he can't deal with this own proof or lack of proof, but his own claim. He's got to throw it back and say, how'd you ever measure it?
You're
when
right.
It's supposed
Why
to be
am I...
their
No,
measure.
I'll take that on board entirely and wholeheartedly by changing my tact and tone entirely to McToon in this regard because of what you've just said, 10th. That's right. Yeah, you can't face this, Toon. You need to repackage this Black Swan argument because you can't overcome it. So, in reality, I'll stop my over-the-top outrage because the outcome as 10th Man's just described is far more accurate. This is why I live rent-free in your head, isn't it, Toon? Right? So the tactics are what's needed. Yeah? Tactics we wouldn't go over here.
I was kind of going to echo what 10th Man's saying, that basically, he's either incredibly stupid or he's smart, because now he's turned this Black Swan into Patrick's claim. But he'll never equate that with the Earth curve that he's supposed to be proving. He'll just use the stupidity of him and his audience to say, oh, geometric horizon, how did you measure that? Never equating that that's the Earth curve that I'm supposed to be here proving. I'm not going to do that.
You saying he's smart? Excuse me. You saying that's smart? Mr. Magoo tactics, are you saying?
I'm just saying it's a tactic.
But QE, you have to remember, when someone is desperate, they can go above and beyond their normal abilities.
Now, I think you've got that from DC Comics. I don't know if that's actually true.
Can y'all hear me?
I know they might.
No.
I think they might suggest that you can lift a car like He-Man if the time calls for it, but I don't actually think that's true.
Asking, how did you measure the geometric horizon geometrically?
What, your horizon that's Earth curve that you need to be proving?
Really?
What physical device did you use to measure
the Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid out in the curve maths that you hold as true? Well, obviously, Patrick needs to get on this immediately, really, doesn't he?
I didn't measure a distance to any horizon. I measured distance. You mind if I finish the sentence, Mike?
Yeah, he's scared. Mike's a bit scared of this, Patrick. Yeah? He's terrified. It keeps him up at night. He needs desperately to flail away from it in any way possible. So his interruptions are indicative of his terror when it comes to the Black Swan, because he already knows he's screwed. He knew that he had a nice little opportunity to downplay that Black Swan earlier when you dropped it in just a heartbeat too early. Not your fault. That'll come with practice. But the base, the foundation that Patrick's got us bang on. Timing was off by a heartbeat, mate. Such a shame. Would have gone very differently.
Okay.
Platform habitat, 9.41 miles. Platform hill house, 6.21 miles. That horizon is further away than either of them. So here's what I know. I know horizon, distance to horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. How much greater is irrelevant.
Okay, but I'm asking you, though, how did you geometrically? You're talking about...
He just told you, you stupid idiot. Open your bloody ears, Toon. Look, the demarcation for distance is on screen in the diagram. Platform habitat, 9.41 miles. There's your distance demarcation. Now, as just described literally 10 seconds earlier by Patrick, the horizon is beyond 9.41 miles. End of statement. How do you know? How have you measured it? Platform habitat's measured. It's got a specific distance from the coast. We know how far it is. And we know the horizon's beyond it, shattering your globe assertion that the horizon's Earth curve. Not Patrick's measurement for the Earth being a sphere radius 3959. That's why he's debunking, you clown.
Optical things here. I'm asking you, but your point is about geometry and geometrically. So,
no, your point is about geometry of the horizon being physical, an Earth curve. He's presented your claim back to you, Toon.
Physically measuring things.
No, that's your claim of the physical measurement that you are supposed to be proving. Go on.
This is a very important moment here, because soon he'll go to refraction. But just that last statement, can you just play the last 3 seconds?
I can't. It doesn't have a rewind button.
Okay, no problem. Because they can't measure geometrically, he puts that onus on Patrick.
Yeah. Because it makes it sound like there is no way to actually measure geometrically. But that would be a problem, wouldn't it?
How would you measure it?
Hey, gentlemen.
How would you measure it on a globe Earth, right? They love to try that.
Hold on, D-Rose.
I've been holding on for 30 minutes. I've been holding for 30 minutes.
Well, then go to the bathroom. Hurry up.
Go on, D.
What I'm trying to say is, with regard to, like you said, hashtag shit gets smaller the distance, it's always amuses me how when it comes to this.
So how is this physically measured with like a?
Hello. What the fuck?
Go ahead.
Okay. Neil, I feel what you're saying, man.
Yeah, how do you like it? Go ahead.
Look. What I'm saying is, as far as this geometric measurement, horizon, distance, let's say distance is a distance, whether you look up at the sky, whether you're looking at somebody go up Mount Everest, up to the sky. It always seems like distance is distance, and things get small as they go away. But they try to hijack perspective, the same perspective you have when you see a plane or a helium balloon go at a distance and disappear, and there's no horizon. There's no horizon. You're looking up, but it disappears. So for them to say on a level C that a ship disappears because it goes beyond some imaginary curve versus just perspective, it disappears at a distance. They don't say that same thing when it comes to looking up at the sky and seeing things go at a distance.
Okay. Okay, stop. There's two things. Number one, right, and this is the most important thing I want you to pay attention to, D. You're now attempting to explain perspective. Very admirable. However, you don't have a claim against that. You don't have a need to justify what perspective is. Okay, that's the first and most important point. Now, as much as it pains me to do this, I'm going to correct you because it is, and you'll see at the end, directly connected to the claim being made by Toon in respect to geometric horizons. Okay? When something disappears into the distance, there are two things that are taking place in your example that aren't the same. When something disappears in the sky, so let's say you launch a firework that can go on theoretically forever, hypothetically, forever. You watch the firework get smaller and smaller and smaller and eventually disappear. And you're saying, well, why is it that they don't use that example in the sky? Well, number one, because they're claiming that the horizon is the most important thing in the equation that they're stating, because they're saying it's Earth curve. Now, the effect that we observe isn't the same when we look at the horizon, when we talk about things being obscured in their paradigm by a physical edge at the horizon called Earth curve. The effect that's induced is massively amplified because you're looking at it with a restriction of the deck. So when you look at something in open space, the sky, there's nothing to limit the angle that you look at it with other than its own angular resolution based on your eyeball. In other words, however much you can resolve at a given distance will be true, given there's no clouds, because there's nothing to limit the angle. Now, when a boat sails away from you on the sea, the deck limits the angle. So imagine you having a boat on the sea and then removing the sea, but leaving the boat. Suddenly you've opened up a massive amount of angle below the boat if the boat's now a plane in free space. Can you see how you've closed off that below the level angle that you would have if you were looking at it in free space by equivalent, D? Do you understand that the deck limits the angle?
Yes, yes.
Well, with that limitation, the point where the boat will reach and breach the diffraction limit has two things. One, overall, it will happen quicker. Number two, the thing that disappears first is the thing with the most limitation in terms of angle, perspective, the resolution your eyeball or telescope can resolve. That will be at the deck. Ergo, the greatest limitation and point of disappearance, diffraction limit, is induced at the bottom of the boat first because of the limitation of the deck itself. Hence, boats disappear bottom first into the diffraction limit based on the angular resolution of your eye versus the deck. Now, that was a reasonably concise summary from me based on 2 years plus 6 hours of presentation by Life is Short, who is still a member. But him and his research disseminated to me, Red Pill Philosophy, Anthony and Ranty over about a 6-hour period on a show that we did, which I split up into parts. That was the information that he disseminated to us in terms of how the angular representation of what we see would give you a boat disappearing from bottom up based on angular limitation. However, I've given you all of that information so that you can now chuck it in a paper bag, scrunch it up and fucking burn it, because it's not relevant. You don't need it. If I was to present all of that information to Toon, he would just take every bit of it and argue about it when there is no positive claim from me to require I justify why boats disappear bottom up at the horizon, even though I can, because it sets up a false dichotomy for him to argue against. Now, in this instance, Patrick's done the right thing. Not making a claim, sunshine. What? Some flat earthers stereotype. Don't care. I'm not making a claim about it. And even though I may and can, and if friendly people around me asked me to describe why bottom-up boats occur, then maybe I could. But in this discussion, I don't have a positive claim about it. Boats disappearing bottom-up, how does that prove a flat earth? Other than the angle off the deck, which we may get into. But that's not my point. Anyway, if someone wants to interrupt, go ahead.
We can't go to that. We can't go to that. The only claim that needs to go to is the one that McToon's just spent a lot of time making to Patrick, which is that 2 inches that is measured. And I would ask him to reiterate, thank him for his measurements, and just please describe that 2 inches that was missing from the bottom. What was making us miss those 2 inches? It was Earth curve. Only 2 inches across that 0.4 mile. But that is the thing he's just spent a long time making a claim about and using calculation to demonstrate. So I would just ask him to reiterate, was it Earth curve that caused the obstruction, which is why the other theodolite was calculated to be 2 inches lower.
I see. So
then go back to the black swan.
What you're saying is Patrick would have been better served summarizing is Earth curve, the geometric horizon you claim is the cause of the obstruction in your example, so that the 2, that's geometric obstruction or geometric distance, or every distance to horizon, nobody summarized the 2 together. What we are talking about in the black swan for Patrick's behalf is one and the same as the obstruction at however many inches he said. They're both the geometric, they're both Earth curve. It's just not been specifically clarified that they're both the same thing, and keeping them separate works to Toon's advantage, right, Adam?
Correct, yeah. But that's why you've got to pull him back, give him a bit of platitude. Well done. So let me just understand that beautiful explanation. So those 2 inches are missing because they're blocked by Earth curve, aren't they, over 0.4 miles. I accept your claim, Toon. Now, let's go to a bigger distance. We've got one here.
He could do that, but that'd be wrong because that wasn't an obstruction claim. That was a failure to understand angular size change.
No, yes, it is to us with the correct understanding, but that's not McToon's claim. Right. The reason those things are the same height above the sea, and the reason you can't see the bottom 2 inches, because the invoked curvature of 2 inches over 0.4 miles. That's the fundamental of his half an hour or more waffling and calculations.
Correct.
Congratulate him on it and hold him to it.
Correct. The assertion that he's making, Adam's saying, even though it's wrong in respect to his misunderstanding and misappropriation of perspective, is the assertion that there's going to be a drop with respect to a tangent point, which he did clarify. Well, that tangent point is the geometric horizon. Therefore, his assertion in regards to the maths that has to be inferred has a sphere edge at the geometric tangent point. Again, it's the same thing. It's Earth curve. That's Adam's point. That's what Toon thinks he's making the claim of. And you just hold him to it based on the geometry. But instead, Toon's holding Patrick to the geometry of his Earth curve.
Yeah. Well, my direction on it, and I think Patrick has basically taken the same direction so far from what I can see is, but without stating it, is that I'd have to say it's impossible for me to measure a geometric distance to something that hasn't been confirmed to be geometric. How do I do that?
Yeah, that would have been the right answer, because then it takes it away from him. Because if Toon's putting the onus on Patrick to back up his claim of a measurement geometric in nature for Earth curve at the stated 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then Toon should just snatch that baton off him and go, oh, you're asking me what my measurement was. Oh, you can't measure a geometric sphere edge. This picture proves that. It's beyond the limitations of the geometry. And then use his black swan to reiterate his own point. Again, hammer him on the head with it. Everyone still there?
Yeah.
Oh,
no, it's just
I thought my projector had died. I've just bought a new bulb for my projector because it's showing signs of dying. I'm like, oh my God, the projector's turned off. No, a helium balloon has floated in front of the lens and you've all vanished. So I'll just move that helium balloon.
Should stop dropping them, shouldn't you?
Now we're going to get into
literally
gravity.
Just pooed my pants. I thought, oh my God, the projector's died before I've put the new bulb in, which is very bad. No, it's just a helium balloon.
No, now it's going to go to refraction and Oakley.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Well, I was actually going to round out because we're around about the four-hour mark, but we'll get a couple more minutes out of this then.
A ruler, a straight edge.
You want to know how? Stop. You want to know how it was the distance to platform habitat was measured?
No. I want to know how the horizon's distance was measured geometrically. Physically. Not optically, because you're saying the geometric distance
for the third time.
1.22.
For the third time,
but Patrick, you're giving me an optical.
He doesn't want to hear the answer, just in case he does take that baton off him. But yes, Brian, you're absolutely right.
It wasn't measured. It wasn't measured.
You don't have any measurements.
I've said it to you now 3 times.
He is kind of doing that, Brian.
Want to bring up some measurements then?
What are you talking about? Okay, so
you don't have any measurements, Patrick. You've just admitted you don't have any measurements. You're like, you want measurements, and you're like, you don't have any measurements.
2 measurements.
Where?
Cut out the color commentary, please.
He's a retard.
Okay, thank you for the color commentary.
He's conflating Oh God. Just continue. Forget it.
Well, I assumed it was just
wanna
colour
make a
commentary
point.
about how stupid he was, but you did actually have an example that nearly came, and I've stopped. So my apologies. I thought it was just he's a retard through the top of it, but it's not. Go ahead.
He's conflating McBlockhead is conflating the picture, the measurements to the horizon using the oil platform. He's conflating that with the geometric constraints of his globe geometric horizon. This guy, my cat's litter box, has more intelligence than this bozo. That's
the bonus, isn't it? Because the listener can hear this. Okay, the listener can hear that McToon's defense now, when presented with the Black Swan, is to say it's invalid because Patrick can't do a measurement to the geometric horizon that is in this one. Patrick's going to point out to him he doesn't need to. He's got the distance to the things. But listening to McToon squirm for the listener is perfectly good. Patrick's got him by the balls. And anybody who's paying attention, and if at this point you're going to have to be wanting to be there, they can hear McToon floundering and look where he's had to take the claim. To make about that you can't measure the geometric horizon that's past 9.5 miles. Therefore, because you can't say how much past 9.5 miles it is, it's invalid.
No. That's not what McBooger Eater's doing. Listen more closely. He wants the measurement to his own geometric horizon in the calculation of the limitations.
Yeah, but
hold on.
That was my point.
Hold on.
That was my point.
Hold on. What he's asking for is the extrapolation that Adam gave us right early on in the Black Swan, which he gave earlier on in the live show, which was the 250,000 mile or in excess of distance to the geometric horizon and therefore the radius. That's actually what he's asking for. But he's doing it in the vein of a burden of proof reversal fallacy. But you're right, QE. He's conflating the two so that he can flip the burden and ask Patrick for his distance to his sphere Earth geometric horizon, because he hasn't got an exact distance. I then think that's the inferred point at the end of it, Adam, that therefore it's invalid. We haven't got there yet, but yes, you're all right. Go ahead.
Did you miss the concession? I'll go after whoever I got to go.
No, it was just pointed out. We can't measure the geometric horizon then, so no Earth curve measurements then.
No.
I'll go after 10th.
Okay, I'll go then. Al-Biruni on top of the mountain, right? What did he use? He used the height of the mountain and the horizon. And what do they credit him for? Come on, somebody. What is he credited for?
Radius measurement.
Measuring the radius of a globe.
Okay, guess what? According to Toon, it's optical. It changes with weather.
So yeah,
but he hasn't said that.
He did. He said it's optical to Patrick.
He
conceded. He conceded. You can't give me. Hang on. He said you can't give me measurements, even though Patrick never claimed to the horizon.
No, optical. He said it want any optical. What he said is that
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Play it back. Well, you can't play it back. But basically, he's hounding Patrick for lack of measurements to the horizon, and he's crediting Patrick with something optical, which is our argument. They flipped the whole thing. He can't defend the globe, so he puts that indefensible subject on Patrick, but he can defend optical, so he uses it.
But what he's doing is he's asking Patrick for the impossible, because he's asking Patrick to ignore. Hang on. He's asking Patrick to ignore the distances to the Lite platforms and give him a geometric measurement to the horizon, which would mean that the horizon would have to be physical for that to happen. Now, if I was in this situation, I would say, but we haven't established that the horizon is geometric, so how could I make a measurement to it? If he argued on, I then remove the oil platforms and say, okay, remove the oil platforms, how do we get a measurement to that horizon?
Yeah.
What's he going to come up with?
No, you guys keep missing it. He is asking, McBooger Eater is actually asking for a measurement of the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You get it? You get it yet?
No, I know that. I know what he's
Okay, let's play a bit more, because we're
why
just saying the same thing 5 times now. It's getting irritating. We'll play a bit more. Let's move on.
4.1 and 6.21. They're sitting right there in front of you.
But how how was the distance to the horizon measured?
It
geometrically. So all you're showing me is optical measurements, not geometric measurements, Patrick. You said the horizon must be 1.225 times the observer's height in feet to the geometric horizon. So you must physically measure that distance with some physical device. You can't do it optically if you're doing a geometric measurement.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, as Chocolate said in the middle. So actually, Toon, we'll be trimming that out and playing it back to you ballers who think you can measure the horizon as Earth curve, and it's in your begging the question, proof of nothing perspective, hijacking Earth curve maths. But apparently it's okay to point out that Patrick can't do it. No worries, we'll trim that out. I'm going to use your words against every stupid baller who claims you can measure Earth curve at the horizon from here on forward. You utter muppet. In the moment, you think you're doing well because you've managed to successfully reverse the burden, but you have reversed the burden in terms of how Patrick can't measure your Earth curve. And you're pointing out to him how he can't measure his Earth curve. But it's your Earth curve, not his. You utter buffoon. How useful for us.
Nathan, what's that X mark on the Earth curve calculator?
Horizon. Earth curve. Tangent point that he's saying Patrick can't measure.
Why do they have a mark with an X?
Yeah, he's a complete idiot. He thinks he's doing well because he's reversed the burden.
You've got the admission there now from McToon that you can't measure the horizon. So we go back to his demonstration and we say, well, how do we then? And we use his methodology to give us give us 2 inches of 0.4 miles. That's how you ascertain because of the amount of drop. Yeah, is that correct, McToon? He can only say yes. That's how we calculate it. It's how I've just bored the shit out of you with me waffle. Yeah. So once I've got that admission again, let's go to this picture then. Yeah. What is the drop between the first platform and the second one that's higher in the picture? There is none. So how are we going to calculate your Earth curve, which is the methodology you've just stated for demonstrating and calculating Earth curve? Let's apply it to this picture. We don't have to go to the horizon. We just got to keep holding him to his initial claim of how you demonstrate with theodolites Earth curve and its disappearance from the bottom up. We don't need the explanation for angle of the deck. We just need to make him reaffirm how you calculate Earth curve. And then when we do that, we can then take it to the Black Swan and he's screwed. And he knows he's screwed, which is why he's trying to get Patrick now to go to the horizon.
Yeah, essentially what he's saying is, how do you measure a meter? Did you make a measurement for that meter? Measure a meter. You guys get it yet?
Specifically not true.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, how did you do it optically then?
I didn't.
Without controlling for conflating variables.
I didn't do it optically.
Well, you're showing me a picture of it.
It was on a piece of paper. A great circle about a sphere of stated radius.
But I'm asking for the evidence then, Patrick. And you're not giving the evidence.
Staring you right in the face. Listen, you agree that the expected drop would be 8 inches per mile squared.
But you're talking distance to the horizon, not drop.
I'm talking about distance to horizon caused by the drop. The physical. Okay, so I want to make sure everybody understands what Mike and I are talking about right now. We're talking about the fact that if you've got a ball and you're standing on it, then the actual curve of the Earth will block the visibility of objects at a certain distance because there's a hump created by the surface of a sphere. Now, doing very simple high school trig, you can prove that given a radius of 3,959 miles, that a physical distance of 1.225 times the square miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the maximum you will be able to see before the curvature of the Earth obstructs your view of objects.
Okay, so what you've done there is that's a straw man.
No way.
No, it isn't.
No way. Excuse me, credit please. I called it. So let me get this straight, Toon. The assertion that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and that would give you a distance to horizon measurement, you're telling me that's a straw man. So the claim of a globe Earth with distance to horizon
man.
laid down in the maths is a straw man according to Toon. Okay.
Oh, did he say it? Did he say it?
Yes.
Yeah, he said it.
I just missed it.
That's why I said what I said, because he has to turn the conversation around, make it Patrick's claim, because there is no proof for it. And it's the only way he can come to even sounding something like, oh my gosh,
right.
I can't prove this, so I'm going to make it Patrick's claim.
Let me just summarize it.
Okay.
No, let me just summarize it. No, we'll just take that as read. Okay, thank you, Michael. Very grateful to have received the information. According to Michael, the claim, as laid down in Earth curve maths, that the distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the Earth curve maths and detailed to him by Patrick, according to Toon, that's a straw man claim. That Earth curve maths, straw man. Okay.
No, it's fallacious. It's fallacious. And it's based. That's what Toon's saying.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, but he's just gave an example where he's used that straw man to do a calculation to calculate the drop. He stated probably with a radius of 3959. He's used that straw man himself. Now he's taking those figures and calling them a straw man. They don't represent the ball earth that they live on. Yet they were the numbers he used to calculate to prove it was a ball earth.
Okay, I'll summarise again. So in conclusion, according to Toon, the mathematics of a radius 3959 sphere Earth and the calculations for the geometric horizon laid down in those maths that he used for his example are now, according to him, merely a straw man claim that he made with examples attached to it. So his own claim that he used and the maths thereof is a straw man according to McToon. Thank you, Toon. We already knew that. It's nice to hear you admitting that your own maths of a sphere Earth radius 3959 and the distance to horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is indeed just a stupid straw man argument. Thank you. We agree.
What it means.
Hang on. It's worse than that, because he's going to invoke and refer to Andrew Thomas Young next with refraction and show the very paper we show where Andrew Thomas Young says 1.225, and he just said that paper he's going to show in defense later is a straw man.
But it's worse than that, because I don't know if Adam's point was taken up, but I was about to say the same thing. Me and Adam are often on the same point. He's basically stating that the argument he made earlier with Jesse Kozlowski was a straw man. So he straw manned himself earlier.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
That's what he said. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you say that?
Yeah, that was the summary I gave after Adam. Adam said it first. Then I summarised what Adam said. Now you're repeating it. I mean, I know you said it a couple of weeks ago and that, but
it is a literal geometric reality.
Let me just the topic that you wanted me to explain to you about the Earth, about the globe, right? So I can definitely be the one to tell you how the globe works.
It's already laid down in the Earth curve maths. They were the ones that you just said was a straw man. But you're saying that the Earth curve maths is a straw man and it's only what Toon says. Right, okay. I mean, that's fine by you. But meanwhile, you've just told everybody... Who's interrupting? You've just told everybody that your maths you used in your example is a straw man. But now we're going to have different maths that's Toon maths. That's not the maths he just used that's a straw man. Okay, gotcha, Toon, gotcha. We're all following. Go ahead.
Right. This is not the math you're looking for. It's the math I just gave you, but it's not the math that he actually used.
The math you are looking for is not the math I just gave you.
Yes.
You are definitely not the one to tell me how the globe works.
I just did.
You would be the one to tell me how flat Earth works, and then we could test flat Earth.
No,
but I will.
No, he just he just gave you the globe, and you told him it was a straw man.
I will be
you
the
don't
one
even
to tell you how
understand
the
the
globe
basic
works.
math here, dude.
Patrick, I will tell you how the globe works, and you tell me how flat Earth works. So here's the problem: you have strawmanned that. You
don't tell me how the globe doesn't work. I'll be the one to say how the globe does work, and you just be the one to say how the flat Earth does work. Don't be the one to tell me how the globe doesn't work. It's a friggin' outrage, says Toon.
You have misdescribed the
straw man. Sorry, didn't Toon strawman Patrick earlier with a flat Earth straw man that he was telling Patrick how the flat Earth works earlier.
Yeah, the difference being Patrick had no claim about the height to the sun and made that explicitly clear. Meanwhile, this is Earth curve maths that's being called a straw man by Toon. It is actually his claim. It's very clearly laid out and laid down in stone in Earth curve mathematics. But because it's being used against him, it's not allowed. How dare he tell you how the globe doesn't work using the globe maths? They're not Toon's maths, is what he's currently saying.
This is one of the more incoherent, dizzy dipshit things I think I've ever heard.
The globe. Because what you've done is you've made a gigantic assumption in this here. You have
what, like Earth being a sphere radius 3959? I would agree, Toon. Patrick's made some huge assumptions that Earth's a sphere radius 3959, like you did in your example, when early in the discussion, Patrick got you to admit that you begged the question of Earth being a sphere radius 3959. Now you're telling him off for making same assumptions that Earth's a sphere radius 3959. I mean, that assumption that Patrick has made, that Earth's a sphere radius 3959, is not only a straw man, it's a bloody outrage, isn't it, Toon? How dare he assume Earth's a sphere like you did earlier for the exact same example with the exact same maths that you say is a straw man? It's a bloody outrage.
You've assumed that there is zero refraction. And everybody can look over on the left.
No. He assumed Earth's a sphere radius 3959. And you said it was a straw man.
Side there and see that crane on the left side.
Once again, he's painted that. I would like to say what accommodation he did for refraction in his measurements when he strawmanned himself. He didn't mitigate and say everything I've just done can't be used because I've not accounted for refraction when I've done this in my strawman of myself.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why he was asking him all about how could you possibly measure it geometrically, because he already knew it was an optical phenomenon. He already knows that.
What about the Jesse Kozlowski 2-inch measurement? What about the refraction there?
That's what I'm saying.
No.
If you prove
don't worry about that.
No. If you prove a ball, you can strawman yourself and not have to take into account 7/6R refraction, which I think we need to make that distinguishment there. But if you're trying to show that something isn't a ball of 3959R, then you must measure the exact distance to the geometric horizon and also account for 7/6R refraction in doing that. Otherwise, you're strawmanning him.
Yeah.
The double hypocrisy, the standards swap is noticeable. I can do this when proving a ball, but actually if I use the same methodology on a different image and it disproves a ball, then I can take umbrage with the methodology that I just used.
Yes, good summary. That was the best summary so far.
By the way, I called it earlier.
That was the best summary so far.
And by the way, as soon as you refraction with the black swan, you just debunk yourself in the globe.
Correct. That's the main point. Once you say refraction, as Toon has just done, then so no geometric horizon then. That's Earth curve. Yep. I clarified it earlier 4 times as being described as the tangent point, the horizon, and the geometric limitation. They're all the same thing. They're all Earth curve. But according to Toon, no Earth curve, just refraction now. So what about Earth curve? The geometric limitation that blocks boats and buildings? There isn't any. It's just refraction. Toon's telling him that. The horizon, not Earth curve. Refraction.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, indeed.
Well, earlier on when Toon said that all their measurements, what was it he said? All their measurements have been shown to be within the margins of error. No, this kind of rubbish. There's always a margin of error has to be added in because the Earth does not measure as a sphere of 3959 radius. So they have to constantly add in as much refraction as not refraction, but over 6R mathematical nonsense as possible. They always have to do it. There's never been one time, except for maybe with this Jesse Kozlowski thing, where they don't add in the over 6R. They always have to add it in, and it's always the amount they need it to be, because nothing ever the Earth doesn't measure as a sphere of 3959.
And with that, I'm going to say yet another thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting me up on PayPal and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!